Um, officially welcome everyone to today's House Bill 5006 work group meeting. Nice to see everyone again, and welcome to those members of the public that are watching through the webinar. We are going to get underway. We have a couple of housekeeping items and a few opening remarks before we really sort of anchor and orient to today's substantive agenda. There's a lot to get through, as some of you probably at least had a chance to skim after the long weekend. So we'll get into sort of content, what to expect for today after a few announcements. One thing I just wanted to, just a couple housekeeping items to note. We have heard from Tiffany Monroe, who's one of the environmental justice representatives. She will not be able to continue on with the work group. It was strictly a workload issue, and she didn't have an alternate. So she sends her best and wanted us to pass that on. Also, Wally McCullough with eWeb has not been able to attend given workload issues as well. Still interested in staying in the loop, had offered potentially to have an alternate join and kind of tag team with him. I don't think that person is with us today, but did want to just flag that for the work group to be aware of some membership shifts that are happening in process. You may have heard about another significant transition that is about to happen, and I'm going to turn it over to Tom to say a few words from the department.
Thanks, Robin. Good morning, everyone. Many of you have heard, but some maybe have not, that I am retiring from state government. My last day in the office will be September 13th, which is next Tuesday, just a week away. So it's happening pretty fast. It's been a real pleasure and honor to work for the state for as long as I have. I'm not done working. I'm going to be transitioning to the private sector and practicing law, or at least trying my hand at that. So I hope to have chances to potentially see and work with many of you down the line. In the meantime, with my transition, Raquel Rancière, Deputy Director at the department, will be filling in for my role. And I think that you'll find that that is a more than capable replacement. Many of you have worked with her. She has a lot of experience around policy issues and work group environment. She's joining us today. And if you haven't met her before, I know you'll be impressed. So I think that we'll not lose any momentum with respect to staff participation from the department in this process. I really appreciate everyone's time and effort in this work group process. I'm looking forward to the discussion today, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how this group developed its recommendations. I have said this before, and I continue to believe it. I have a lot of optimism that this group can develop some really meaningful recommendations around these regional water planning and management issues. And so just keep at it, and I look forward to listening in and participating in the conversation today. Thanks.
Thank you, Tom. Congratulations, and thank you for your service. Welcome, Raquel. We will hope to make this as seamless as possible for everyone. So thank you for jumping right in to fill the shoes and provide leadership from the department. So another just housekeeping item, we have the process leadership team, who is comprised of some of the key legislators that championed the bill that directed this work, the Water Resources Commission chair, as well as the governor's office and Water Resources Department agency leadership. They've played a primary role in the beginning in helping champion the effort, get it launched, get it off the ground. And then many kind of stayed in the background as active listeners and, eventual recipients of the work of this group. They were more recently pulled in to chat with the coordinating committee and the OC and WRD project team, just to offer some guidance on this kind of continuing sticky wicket of scope and focus for this effort. So we had sent out an email, a missive to the work group. It's probably been a month or 3 weeks or so now, asking a threshold question about the focus for this effort around evolving place-based planning, the next generation of place-based planning. And is that a reasonable scope? Is that a worthwhile scope? Is that the right focus that meets the intent of the legislation? And through that process, we were able to then kind of focus the assignment with WRD and in developing the straw proposal that you've all reviewed, and really help us kind of funnel and focus the conversations moving forward into what's the set of issues that you all are working on and hopefully reaching some consensus around at the end of the day. So we did want to give an opportunity for the legislators to say a few words at this juncture before we get underway with the process or with the meeting for today. So we've got Representative Helm with us, as well as Representative Owens. Meg Reeves, the chair of the Water Resource Commission, sends her regards, but she is out of country right now on vacation, so wasn't able to join us for today, but does send her regards.
Well, maybe I'll start, Robin. Good to see everybody again. Thank you once again for spending your time on this project. Let me start with Rep. Reardon's best wishes. He wanted to be here today, but he's now in the airport in Seattle. He, of course, wanted to thank you profusely for the time you've already put in, and very much thanks you for the progress that has been made so far, and really admires the thought that you put into this so far. He had a couple words though, and it really struck me. He said, the two words I have is Jackson, Mississippi. And I think what he was thinking there is, in Oregon, we have a chance to avoid these critical water problems, whether it's flooding or other impacts. And I would add another couple of words, Lake Mead. You know, we still have the chance in Oregon to avoid those types of disasters, the sort of slow motion disasters that confront other parts of the country. I think we know what our problem sets are here in the state, and they're big and hard to fix. And I think that the group has struggled with just how hard water problems are and how interrelated the problems are in Oregon, and that has been part of the frustration of kind of getting out of first gear here. You know, maybe like climate change, you can't try to fix the whole thing at once. And that was the notion behind a regional or a basin based response to planning for our water future. I happen to believe that that is still the right thing to do. We got off to a slow start because I think folks were unclear about the mission, and for that I apologize. Part of that was the legislators not being clear enough in the legislation and hoping that organically you would come up with a better idea than we could. I still think that can happen. I wished that the process had moved faster, and I know a lot of you do too, and we're frustrated about not moving more quickly and with more definite details. So I share that disappointment, but yet here we are back together again. And I think with the realization that we have a few months to work with, and that we have a starting place with place-based planning and how it can be made better and made into a program that has broader reach, is more attractive to state funding, and has more chances to solve solutions at a community level, that is a good project to work on and get done and make recommendations to Mark and I for the 2023 legislature, so that we can keep the program going and broaden it from my point of view, so that it is more than a pilot project, that we take our learnings, both pro and con about how place-based planning has gone, try to solve those problems and make it into an ongoing program that the department can help administer in partnership with the counties, the cities, and all local communities. So I think that's what's in front of you now. I hope that's narrow enough to sink your teeth into, and very much appreciate the brainpower you've put in so far. And I'm looking forward to being part of how you figure this out and give us some recommendations for 23. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Representative Owens.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, I'll echo what Ken said, maybe not quite as refined. Thanks for being back here today. A lot of you reached out. This has been a struggle, more of a struggle than I thought it would be, but sometimes that happens. I'm not going to go into why that's happened or how that's happened. That doesn't matter. We stepped aside to see the power of this group, to see what they could come up with. There was something dysfunctional, but now we've given you a charge. Let's do place-based planning plus. I think the first thing that needs to come across is maybe a consensus check. Is everybody okay with that? If everybody's okay with that, we can move on. There's a couple of things, as you guys know, I've been going through place-based planning since 2015, still doing it. It's not easy. So maybe that's why this process to try to figure out how we remove that sunset or move forward is not easy. A couple of things that I've struggled with, my community, my region has struggled with going through place-based planning, is not having enough information in order to make informed decisions. So I hope that you guys can work through that. Second one that J.R. Cook and I have been working on for a long time. What does this mean? So we get a plan together. The state approves the plan. What do we do with it? So I'm 7 years into place-based planning. We just finished our groundwater portion. I still don't know what that means. I still don't know if we have the ability to actually implement the programs, the suggestions that we've came up with. I don't know if there's enough flexibility within the department to make that happen. I know if we go into critical groundwater designation and start doing prior appropriation regulation, it's not. So don't let communities like mine go through this for 7 years if you extend the sunset without figuring out a path of what the hell the plan means. I don't care if it's funding. I don't care if it's flexibility. I don't care if it's legislative concepts. I don't care what it is. But please spend some time wrestling with what does a place-based plan mean? Because honestly, it's going to take millions of state-funded dollars in order to be successful in doing these plans. And if we don't actually know what they mean, we fail. Sorry for stepping aside for so long. As Ken said, not giving enough direction. We can change that today moving forward. So please feel free to reach out and let's see what we can do in the next 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, so I want to welcome, I think Jennifer might have just joined us. Donna just joined us. Commissioner Beveridge, and Dan has joined us. I think those are all that we haven't yet said hello to. So welcome to the group. So we did actually pose that threshold question out to the work group about 3 weeks ago, as I mentioned. The threshold question was, do you agree that continuing a program like place-based planning is desired? We heard back from all but 5 members, and we do intend to follow up with those folks, although now would be an opportunity for you, if you hadn't responded, to raise a flag raise a concern if there is a major concern with this. But the responses that we received all indicated that there's agreement with that. So that being a threshold question indicates to us that there's kind of that baseline of yes is there. And so now it's just a matter of what does it look like? And as the representative so well articulated, you know, how do we improve it? How do we expand upon it? How do we make it something that's you know, it stands the test of time beyond, you know, what has right now been a pilot version of this program. I also want to just recognize that the coordinating committee did provide a really important service to the process of this process, stages leading up to this deliberative moment. And you know, the process shift now, we have a work product very specifically and clearly in front of you that everyone will need to kind of focus your attention on. And so really for the focus going forward, it's about the substantive issues. And so we along with OWRD and based on the responses that we got from those of you that filled out the worksheet in response to the straw, that helped us set the deliberative agenda for today. And as you probably saw, it's a lot. There's a lot to get through. It's probably not everything that needs to be on the table, but it's the starting place for the conversation today. So I would just ask, as we're moving through this discussion, that because we're pivoting very explicitly to substance at this point, and because these issues are so incredibly important to all of you, it feels personal to many, if not all of you. And with that, you know, my request and encouragement to everyone is that you handle these delicate conversations with some compassion for each other, compassion for the issues that you're talking about, and that you focus on the substance and not on the person. So that means showing up with your, you know, showing respect to each other in these conversations, asking questions. There are several interest groups that are represented at this table. And if at this stage of the process, you're not really sure where people are at, you know, what their perspectives are, this is the time. This public forum is an opportunity for you to ask those questions of each other and really lean in to try to see where you might find progress toward yes on some of these issues. Anecdotally, in some of the informal conversations that our team has been having, one-on-ones and some smaller group conversations, my sense is that there is a lot here that people are ready to agree to. It's a matter of making sure it's articulated in a way that everyone has the same interpretation of what's being said. And that we're also flagging those things where there aren't agreements. And I don't expect that we'll be able to reach full consensus on all issues. But I do think that there's a lot here based on what you've told us that people are ready to agree to. So let's see where we can find some alignments. And then let's be really clear where there are still issues of substance that we won't necessarily reach resolution, but are important to members of this work group. And we want to hold space for both of those. So what we've got lined out is a pretty meaty agenda. It's not the last bite at the apple. We'll have at least 2 more iterations of this straw proposal that we'll be working through in process. So the next meeting will come back with another version based on the deliberations from today, the input that people have provided through the worksheets. And we'll work to kind of evolve this into a next iteration that you'll have another bite at together. And then we'll do that again in November. So I'm really hopeful that we will make some progress today substantively and start to move some of these issues into either we've got some early alignment, let's set them aside and say yes to these are still really big, important issues we need to keep working through. And we'll do our best as the facilitation team to try to help keep that conversation organized in a way that is constructive and helping you move forward. Mary Ann?
Yeah, Robin, I just, because we haven't done any of these yet, I want to make sure I'm clear on the process of both how it happens and when it happens, if there are areas where we do not have consensus for determining if a recommendation goes forward, at, you know, what point are we voting or are we voting?
Yeah.
Is it still the 1 through 5? And if people raise 5s, if there's only one of them, like,
How does that
I don't think
work?
we've ever really had that conversation about what
Yeah.
consensus means in this group. So you kind of flagged, oh, there might be places where we don't reach agreement, and we'll note that. And I'm like, well,
How?
yeah.
pull
And
up-
at what point is it more than just noted? You know, at what point is
Yeah.
somebody like fully abstaining from the recommendation? You know, like what's the process?
Let's actually pull up the document that I shared with everybody in advance. It's the timeline and decision making. So I don't know if Jenna, you have that at the ready. If you could pull that up and we'll just walk through it. Because I think that's kind of how we'll orient to that question. Thanks, Jenna. So we shared this out. This first page is really just cut and paste from your operating protocols. Using a consensus-based process, consensus is defined as a willingness to accept the works group recommendation. And then you've got a tool that we're continuing to use, which is a 1 through 5. It's a gauge that helps us really know kind of not just the yes or no, but the tone and tenor of how strong the agreements are or not. So 1 is a very enthusiastic support for a proposal or idea. 2 is I'm good with this, I'm great with this, let's move forward. 3 is I'm neutral or on the fence. I may have minor concerns, but I'm not really going to block this or push back too hard. If at all, I'm willing to accept the will of the group. 4 is I have serious questions or concerns. I wouldn't ultimately block this, but if time allows and there's space for it, I would like to raise those and offer a refinement or a revision. And then a 5 is I oppose this and would actively block it from moving forward. So how do we kind of use that tool and this process to get to the finish line? If we could scroll down to the August and September. August was an opportunity for WRD to put the straw proposal out. We requested feedback from all of the work group members on the worksheet that we sent in as kind of a pairing with the straw. We got a number of responses back and took those responses and teed up the deliberative agenda topics for today. As I mentioned in an email prior, also, we kind of bucketed the topic, the comments. Everyone will see everything, but we, just for the purposes of time management, we went through and found where we saw that there were significant concerns with substance, new recommendations that work group members were bringing forward. And so that's what we've teed up for today, recognizing that there may be things that we've missed and need to get back on the table. So today is the first opportunity to go through this as a full group. We'll go through this deliberative agenda using kind of the tool. At some point, I'll do a gut check and ask folks to weigh in. So at this moment in time with this particular proposal, where are people at? If it's someone had brought the idea forward, so let's say a work group member brought a specific recommendation forward, opportunity for the group to talk through that. We'll do a gut check on that. If there's a pretty easy consensus on that, we'll just incorporate it into the next version. If there's a number of 4s and 5s on that proposal, the individual who recommended it or feels strongly it should be incorporated will have a chance to either withdraw the recommendation or work to develop a refinement based on the feedback to try to get to a stronger agreement. So that would mean you taking that and saying, okay, I've heard the concerns, I've heard the pushback. Is there a way for me to kind of develop this that I think there might be some agreements? And we'll just keep going through that to the very end. So by November, if I could just have you scroll to the very end there, Jenna, we'll do that for September, October, and November. And then at a certain point, when we run out of time, if there are items that are still don't have a consensus, the person who feels strongly about keeping it in has the opportunity to say, I would like to have this stay in the final report, recognizing that there wasn't full agreement of the group. The alternative option is, it's not that important to me, I will withdraw my concern or the proposal. And so that's really up to you all, the work group members, to determine You know, how much life you want to give each of these items, and which ones, if you don't have agreements, what you want to do with those. At the end of the day, we want to make sure we're capturing the full breadth of these conversations. So that means capturing where there are strong agreements. But I think it's equally important that we recognize where there were big issues addressed, but didn't quite reach agreement or resolution of this group. And so I would just like to make sure we hold the space for both of those. And my intention is that we would make sure those both get captured in a final report. And that would be, of course, at the end of the process. So the consensus checks are kind of gut checks along the way. And then at the very end, you know, at our final check on these substantive items, we'll make sure that we go through them and see where individuals from the work group land. And if we have a consensus, we've got this kind of compiled group of consensus ideas. And if we don't have consensus, like I said, we'll capture those in a way that's really clear to whoever the next decision makers are, whoever sort of receives the work of the group, that it's really clear and transparent. So I think we should try it on and see how it goes today. And if there's confusion along the way, or people are feeling like this isn't working, we can address that. But honestly, I would just really encourage that we spend time dealing with the substance today and just trust the process a little bit, if you will. April?
Thanks, Robin. April Snow with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, representing irrigation districts, similar agricultural water suppliers, and other local governments. My comments are not specific to what you were just saying, Robin, but more generally, and a question for me, I guess, as we embark on this. Well, one, I did provide feedback through the worksheet, workbook, whatever you want to call it. Probably not my finest work. I suspect I am not alone in feeling the pressure of summer. Like, where the heck did August go? It just was gone, and here we are in September. And so for me, while I've been as diligent as I can in reviewing the documents and providing feedback, I will admit I haven't read through all the materials that were fully sent out. But one of the thoughts that I have, that, at least in my mind, a little bit more framing might be helpful before we go through the rest of this. And it reflects a little bit of the comments that maybe weren't as articulate as I would have liked in the worksheet responses. So we've had a gut check on the concept of something like place-based planning being something that the majority of folks are supportive of. And for me, and I do really appreciate having the comments from the legislators at the beginning, and I've been looking ahead to the legislative session with hoping that this group would have something for them to chew on from the onset. And so I'm still hopeful that we might be able to be timely and have something there. But the notion of what is it besides what we have as currently place-based planning, I think that's the part where for me to be supportive, as opposed to not be a 5 on things, it's okay, so we're supportive of something that's like place-based planning. Rather than say place-based planning plus, can we say the next generation of place-based planning, or indicate that we're supportive of that concept as it exists, but want to make it better in some fashion? And I mention that because we've talked about a lot of different things in our groups and the subgroups, as far as, are we talking pre-planning? Are we talking separate tracks for communities who get state funding through this formal program versus maybe having informal guidance available for communities who don't go through the formal program? And we've talked about both of those, which I would say maybe are 2 separate buckets, and perhaps there are other pathways or other buckets as well. But I would offer that before we go through these list of recommendations, which is where I struggled a little bit in the worksheet, we need to ground ourselves as, what are we talking about? Are we talking about the state structured, currently what we have as place-based planning with a few modifications? And if we can ground ourselves in that, then I think maybe we can be kind of an in or out type thing of, does this belong in this state supported framework, or is this something that would be more appropriate for general guidance that might be helpful for communities, but not necessarily part of a state supported program where there'd be additional requirements and things like that, which to me is, there's a lot of things that would be helpful to communities and entities as they're planning, but those communities may not want or have the need to go through the state program, or may not want the additional requirements. The other aspect of that would be that as we're going into that state supported program, for lack of a better characterization, what additional guidance is needed, what additional changes are needed to the existing guidelines, are there additional requirements, what do you get when you do a plan, those types of things. If we can make it specific, then it might help some of us feel more comfortable in moving forward with kind of understanding the framework in which that action is going to be nested, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that might be a cue to WRD, just to help put the lens. What was the lens that you were using as you developed this straw proposal? Because I think it's what you're saying, April, but I want to just give the department a chance. And I think that's a great segue for us to just get rolling now into the document. So thank you, April, for raising those questions.
Thanks, Robin, and thanks, April. Thanks, everyone, for your comments leading up to this point. Very helpful. So our hope is that the straw draft that you have reviewed can help parse through some of those questions that April was raising. And that was partly our goal, is to really help you all wrestle with the questions and key questions. Did we identify all the issues? Maybe not, but we really tried to reflect what we were hearing from the work group in previous conversations. But we also incorporated some of our own learnings through our place-based planning process pilot. We've learned a lot. You've seen the assessment work. So there's a lot there already in terms of issues, ideas, framework for us to work with. And so in terms of the draft itself, our goal was to put something together that gave you all a sense of what a report could look like in very kind of bare bones standpoint, and also start to wrestle with some of the recommendations that can come out of the kind of the key core areas that we've talked about associated with regional planning. If it looks familiar, it's because we're not trying to recreate the wheel here. There are concepts here that are taken from place-based planning and what we've learned from that. Really to help drive the discussion. If the group wants to go in a different direction, if they want to reframe things or redefine aspects of what place-based planning means in terms of regional planning, that's absolutely your prerogative and your opportunity here in these work group discussions. What we hope the draft and the way that Robin and Oregon Consensus have set up the conversations going forward is that we can really drill down on those key issues and wrestle with them, whether it's the pre-planning discussion or moving a plan to action, what it means to have a plan, regional plan recognized. Those are all really important questions and deserve attention of this group. And I hope that we all feel like it's time to drill down on those issues. Maybe what I'd like to do just briefly, I know we're a little bit behind, but I'm going to ask Lily to just step the group at a high level, step them through the components of the straw draft, just as a reminder and to reorient you around that document, and that kind of get us thinking about that bigger picture before we start to drill into the discussion that Robin has teed up for us today. Lily?
And one thing I would just add, based on April's questions, is that as we're going through these kind of specific pieces, not the stuff Lily's necessarily setting up right now, but as we go through the deliberative conversations and into like a specific recommendation, let's have the group be really clear about, is this really tailored to the place-based planning program as we see it going into the future? Or is this a more general recommendation that might have impact elsewhere? And so I think maybe just making sure that the group is really clear if there are differences there. I would say at the outset, the assumption is this is tailored around evolving the next generation of place-based planning. That was the threshold question we asked. We got positive response on that. You've heard from the legislators. And I think that was a big lens that the department did take with this. But Lily can clarify if there are places where it didn't.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, so I'll just go over sort of the different sections that we put in this report and do my best to describe like what our intentions were with each section, and with the understanding that this is offered as a place to start from and can be molded and shaped as the work group desires. So the draft has 3 sections that may or may not, depending on what you all decide, have a home in a final report from the work group. The first section is, why is this important? It's currently a placeholder. It's come up as a potential need in previous meetings, but I don't think we're going to deliberate on it today, and something just to sort of think about and chew on. The second section is the framework. These are all items that help provide context for the recommendations. The intention of this section was to offer a place that would help the work group and potentially decision makers looking at the recommendations, a place to develop a common understanding of how those recommendations fit together and what the bounds of those recommendations might be. And it's really up to all of you where or how you might want to use these in the final report. So in the framework section, there are guiding principles, which were taken from the IWRS place-based planning principles. As a result of that consensus check that we did over email about place-based planning, we started with those as guiding principles and then made additions based on the discussions that the work group has had up until this point. Also included in the framework section is a pathway, which is intended to help provide a process map of the system. We heard in the August meeting a desire to have all of these different steps of pre-planning, planning, these different phases to be part of a whole and not broken up quite so much. There's a lot of continuity across the whole system, and to create something a little bit more holistic, we've organized the recommendations by theme instead of phase, and we offer this pathway as a way to understand where certain recommendations might apply and where that continuity exists. If you're looking for something like the step 0 recommendations from the place-based planning evaluation, we've attempted to integrate those recommendations, those steps, into this sort of new pathway and recommendations framework. And finally, the framework section includes a terms and definitions section. This was a great suggestion from the work group at the last meeting, and is meant to help clarify that common understanding of terms that would apply throughout the recommendation section. For each definition, a source is provided and offered as a starting point for work group deliberation. And then finally, the third section is the recommendations, the STAR recommendations. As I mentioned, we broke these out based on themes that have been identified. So we have a data and technical assistance theme, community engagement, pathway and process, and sustaining and funding. And when possible, just to make sure that that we're really transparent and clear about where all these recommendations came from, we put in the comment section if it came from a specific meeting, if it came from the place-based planning evaluation, or some combination of those. And I think that's all I'm going to say for now, and I'll turn it back to Robin and Tom.
Thanks, Lily. The only thing I would say before we launch is the framework and guiding principles section. We didn't ask for a specific review on that. There were the handful of folks who did respond with the responses with some questions and concerns about those sections. So we're gonna, as a first pass, go back to that group and ask them sort of how we want to sort of deal with that section. But just know that it's not just going to be assumed that you all agree with that. We just thought for the purposes of getting this thing going, it was helpful to focus on what you asked for, which is let's get clear about some of the terms and definitions that we're using, because that helps us understand what we mean when we're making these recommendations. So those are the two sections that we asked you specifically to focus on for today. And with that, I think we can move into the first section, which is the terms and definitions. We had a number of comments. Many of them were around a couple of key terms. One was balanced representation of water interests, a number of items around community and community-led. And then there were some that were focused more on where do we see the term recognition of a plan? How is that defined? So that's a kind of a new item. And another item was around integrated. What does that mean? We don't have a term or definition, but it is used throughout the rest of the document. So what do we mean by that? So those are two potential to add. There were a number of comments on things like facilitation. We saw those as not super controversial. In fact, there were 3 comments that all led to the same sort of result. So some of those items, instead of taking up airtime in this meeting, let's just get those as proposed red line adds to the next iteration. You'll see that show up in version 2 after today's meeting. So if you made a comment on, for example, facilitation, it's there, we'll put it in. We will reflect back to you, the work group, all of the comments that came in. So you'll have an opportunity to see where they show up in the version and or on this deliberative agenda. So let's just start with the terms and definitions, and I'm going to orient us to some of the big questions that came up around what is meant by balanced representation of water interests. A lot of the comments were around who should be at the table, who must be at the table, and who can be at the table. And so there's kind of different versions of that question. 2 items that came up about potential requirements for participation was around state and local levels of government. One item was, should there be a requirement for concurrence of local governments, which would be counties, cities, special districts, to have to be part of the planning before the planning can go forward. And I just want to say hello to Bob and to Nikki for joining the team. Thanks for being here. So just so you know, we're focusing on the terms and definitions section and that portion of the deliberative agenda right now. We're just getting started. So I'm going to bring forward those who raised these questions, and then I'm going to just ask that we share airtime for everyone to weigh in. I want to understand better what this proposal is, and or here's some concerns I have, and or here's why I really like this proposal. So why don't we just bring Commissioner Magruder, Margaret, come forward and share with the group this proposal around concurrence of local governments.
Sorry, I had a phone call I had to take, so I got a little distracted there. Well, I've been thinking about it and wondering if people are questioning the definition of concurrence. What I am saying is that I think that local government is where the rubber meets the road, and all things will end up there. And I do not think a successful planning effort can go forward in a basin, a region, or whatever we define the planning area as, without having local government on board with the process. I do think, and I don't know that I die on my sword for this one, but I think that local governments are experienced in convening processes and should be looked to do that. I've pulled the language from the state of Washington out, which in addition to addressing counties in their participation, also speaks to cities and water suppliers. So I think those are counties, cities, and water suppliers are vital to the planning process.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, you said people might wonder what we mean by concurrence in this. And what I heard you say was that these local governments need to be on board with the process. Is there anything more specific that you want to say about this recommendation?
Well, I don't, what I'm thinking, I'd really like to hear what, if there are people that are questioning this and perhaps questioning what the definition of concurrence might be, or anything else.
Okay.
I'd be happy
So we're
to
gonna, yeah.
answer.
So I just ask people to use the raise hand function. Please, let's not use chat for the substantive dialogue. It was really hard to track. There were multiple conversations going on last time. So if, just out of respect for everyone tracking the conversation, just use the raise hand function and we'll get to you. Dan and then Anton.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused as to whether this is really under terms and definitions or is talking about us being just a substantive requirement. I mean, to require concurrence of local governments, I mean, that's requiring concurrence. It doesn't really seem like a definitional thing, but going beyond that, if we are talking about it, I would have real problems with it. Just because there could be some sort of basin planning that really doesn't involve all local governments and certainly all special districts. One thing. Secondly, with all due respect to sitting commissioners, I mean, sometimes you can end up with a local government of some sort where it's really just not functioning very well. And if you require concurrence, it can just kill the whole process. Obviously, it's going to be stronger if you have everyone who should be involved, but I don't think I would ever want to make this, a requirement or part of the definition of what concurrence means. And I think the better approach is, and this actually comes kind of down in terms of statewide interests, which I think is actually already addressed. But I think the process should be that anyone who wants to get in should be allowed to be part of the process, sort of an opt-in, but not an absolute requirement. That's it.
Okay. Anton?
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, I would just echo a lot of those sentiments. The Umatilla tribes have treaty rights in Washington State, so we work in Washington State a lot, and actually have had a fair amount of experience with RCW 9082, and giving counties or municipalities or special districts essentially a veto power actually proved out to be pretty problematic. And in fact, I know the Yakima Basin has received a lot of positive press, including just recently about what a terrific model they are for addressing water issues. Actually, this provision derailed progress in the Yakima for quite a while because the counties wouldn't approve going forward under the Watershed Planning Act. And it wasn't until Kittitas County was actually sued over some other things that they were finally dragged to the table. And now Yakima is certainly a success story, but it was delayed for quite a while because of that requirement. So while certainly counties, municipalities, and special districts are essential to being there at the table, I think we would want to be very careful about requiring their support to embark on the planning process. Thank you.
Marianne?
Yeah, and this is maybe somewhat maybe in the middle, or partially agreeing with him, partially going a bit of a different direction than previous comments. I absolutely agree with all of the statements that local government, special districts, absolutely need to have a seat at the table, and I think a big seat at the table. Whether or not that amounts to kind of a full veto power, I agree with others that can be fraught, especially to get into local governments with a relatively small number of elected officials, in whom is vested a relatively large amount of power. But I think, Robin, and this is, I know it sounds like we're kind of setting this aside to come back to later, but this gets to a comment that I raised in that framework and guiding principles, where there was, and I'm guessing people had different reactions to these, but I think we had added as new ones, recognize the public interest in water and does not jeopardize existing water rights. I also had recommended a corresponding kind of recognizing water as a property right, but I think this, to me, can maybe potentially be covered back into that principle if it does get captured of not jeopardizing existing water rights. I think there does need to be kind of strong grounding in effectively that planning is at times being done with other people's property, who may or may not be at the table. And so I think however that gets captured, I think when we're talking about balance of interests and the relative power vested in those interests, I do think we either need to have a fundamental grounding that you can't do something that alters a property right, period. And I take some issue with does not jeopardize existing water rights, because what jeopardy means is unclear to me, at least. And how it will be determined. But I think this kind of gets back to the sideboards and the guiding principles of who needs to be at the table and what degree of vote or veto power they have depends on what's actually on the table. And I think that depends on whether or not, something that could alter their ability to exercise their water rights is at the table. Or, for example, a municipality's ability to plan into the future, or a county's ability to plan into the future, a county's ability to plan for future development. And so Robin, it's really hard for me. I guess my end point is it's very hard for me to answer this question without having those sideboards first decided. And I think that's going to be a comment from me that permeates a lot of the rest, is what the sideboards are and what the kind of legal structure of planning is really influences who should be at the table, what decisions they should make, what amount of funding they should get, kind of everything that comes next. And so I know we're not starting there. It sounds like we're maybe ending there, but I guess I'll flag that I think that's problematic for the ability to do the rest of the exercise.
And sideboards, just to be really clear, Marianne, what do you mean by sideboards? Like when you say that, what specifically are you looking for, kind of having this group either better define or somebody better define in terms of sideboards?
Yeah, they were in place-based planning, they were the statutory provisions that said a plan must do the following, and I can pull them up if you want.
Okay.
But that's what got pulled over into, I think, the guiding principles, but maybe the framework. I only have my comments in front of me. I don't have, and we didn't get to comment on that, so I don't have the actual document in front of me.
Okay.
But my recollection is that the guiding principles, I think, or the framework, one of the two of them pulled over the sideboards that were in the original place-based planning statute, but then modified them. And then we didn't get a chance to comment on those modifications. They were just done. And that was what I flagged in my comment. And I think others flagged in their comments, and you said, hey guys, I'll flag this. Let's have this conversation. It sounds like we're having that conversation later, but I'm saying I think that conversation is foundational. And so it's hard for me to say, for example, who's a balance of interests, what kind of power should those interests have, unless I know, okay, if water rights are kind of protected somewhere else, a veto power probably matters less. Mm-hmm. If water rights are on the table, a veto power probably matters more. So I see lots of hands stacking up behind me, so I can just flag that. But okay. I guess interested from those hands behind me if people agree that that's foundational.
JR and then Kimberly and then Oriana, and we'll come back to Margaret to see what you're thinking at this point.
Yeah, and maybe I'm delving into procedural questions more than other things, but to me, the definition of concurrence comes from after a process has been initiated or a request has been made for planning. And I'm still struggling personally with, where this fits, is it the place-based planning or how things are initiated? But a couple of things from our experience, we've been a kind of a scholar of the RCWs, kind of like Anton, on the differences between Oregon and Washington. And I agree with Anton that the concurrence issue has been more problematic than it has been helpful with some of the things that Washington moved forward. And that's one of the reasons why you see now legislation passed after the RIAs for the Office of Columbia River and the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan and things of those natures to get around that. So just kind of putting a flag on that. But what I kind of get to is, again, how a region forms organically to then say it's time to move forward with planning. And that requires not only local governments and cities, but senior water rights holders. Counties don't historically have water rights. And that's honestly in our basin why the county, at the time, the County Commissioner Dennis Doherty was such a good facilitator for our planning effort, was that the county could be unbiased because it had statewide planning goals that were more than just development or farming. But that's not necessarily the right fit for some basins. Some basins have stronger watershed councils or SWCDs than they do counties when it comes to water. And so I don't want to prevent having a trusted leader be the lead of a planning effort if that person is trusted going forward, because we trusted Dennis. And that's what I think helped bring the group around to the table, was a trusted facilitator. And if somebody can have veto power and they're not trusted, then what did we just do other than shoot ourselves in the foot? And so I think, definitely need to give some thought to that. But again, getting to concurrence gets me back to what is the foundational request for a planning effort. And so having strong commitment from senior water rights holders, cities and counties to embark on that, I think might be a good judging or rating factor for, is this region worthy of the small amount of money we're probably going to have in this planning effort to then start there because they're ready to go. So in terms of concurrence, I think folding it more into the rating and the judging of who's ready to actually embark upon planning may be better than on the back end giving them veto authority because they may have an interest not to participate in a plan that's ready to go. And so I think, again, it's procedurally where this fits in, but again, just highlighting some of the observations around ensuring that the process is trusted out of the chute. So thanks for the opportunity to comment a little bit.
I just want to quickly ask Commissioner Magruder, because as I read this language that you've proposed, it's actually around initiating the planning endeavor. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
To answer JR's question and others of like, where are you talking about the sort of buy-in from the local governments would be required in your proposal?
To initiate planning, it does not give ask that local government have any authority to say that something can't go forward, only to initiate a planning process that local government needs to be involved, because in the end, planning comes back to local government. What's done in a county or a city comes back to local government. So I just think local government has to be involved. That's kind of where I am.
Okay. So we're going to take 4 more comments on this and then we'll do a check with the group. Kimberly, then Oriana, Donna, and Nikki. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Yeah, I won't take up too much time because I think much of what I wanted to say has already been said. I agree that it's critically important that counties and local governments, municipalities are at the table and part of the planning process. I think that will lead to a more successful plan. However, I voiced the same concerns as others, Dan, Anton, JR, that we would not agree to veto power in advance of planning, even just to set the table. I think JR, provides a good suggestion, which is, if and I guess this is a question that we haven't answered, but if we are following the path of the current place-based planning processes where people applied to the state to move forward with this, it seems like a strong, having counties and cities on there would make for a strong application, but not having them on there doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't do it. You know, you might have a basin where senior water right holders, for instance, want to come together and address some critical issues, and the county may or may not be in agreement. You know, we certainly wouldn't want to stop those folks from moving forward with applying. So I guess, long story short, I would agree with the objections and or concerns of previous folks. And as to Mary Ann's question about the principles, I agree that that is something we need to address. That is because that is different, and because also the other pieces that go into balanced representation, of which we have comments on too. I think those are different conversations. So I just want to, for now, I'll just keep it narrow to this concurrence issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Oriana.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge kind of a theme that's come up in past meetings as well that I think is starting to emerge in this conversation around balanced representation, and that issue of how local governments are engaged in the process and what kind of consent they have in the process. And I want to just first acknowledge what Anton shared and some of the challenges that can come up when that goes to a certain level and starts to interfere in particular with sovereign nations and their ability to engage in processes or advance work. But I think the tension comes up around the issue of local communities feeling like state entities act upon them and state entities feeling like they're left out of local processes. And want to in particular acknowledge the concern that can come up for local communities around, even in a balanced table, that certain voices are sometimes louder or have more power than others. Like, I think the word balanced representation does not feel completely right to me, in the sense that there's a difference between representation in which people feel valued and feel like they're being heard as part of the process, and also representation that accounts for different kinds of power dynamics. And from Verde's perspective, we don't necessarily have a stake in how the balance between state level voices and local or community voices plays out, but do want to acknowledge that oftentimes state voices can have more power in some processes, not all processes, and that those state voices can also sometimes feel disenfranchised in certain processes. So I wonder if we can have more discussion around how to unpack that word of balance, because you can have all the right people at this table, but if those people don't have kind of a balance of power itself or feel valued in the process, then that can lead to feelings that something has been initiated without consent and that it's going to lead to outcomes that do harm to a community, which I imagine many local communities feel, and vice versa, that something local can be started that can feel like it can infringe upon the kind of like public nature of water. And water is such a complicated issue because it has such immediate local impacts, but that those impacts can be felt downstream or in other parts of the community, the region, or the state. So that's not to say that I have a solution here, but just want to acknowledge those different perspectives and to make sure that as we're kind of talking through this word, that we're conscious of kind of what underpins balance and how to ensure that different voices feel like they're truly in a collaborative space instead of a space in which they're just going to get rolled in the end.
Thank you, Oriana. I think there might be another proposed piece under this section that might relate more directly to your question of actual equitable participation as opposed to just having numbers balanced. So I'm going to go to Donna and then Nikki, and then we'll circle back to you, Commissioner Magruder.
Yeah, just listening to this conversation, you know, this is a tough one. Thinking of our group that is finished and talking about balanced representation from the first pilot projects, what we really learned is that, you know, different areas are going to have different representation. For example, if you're on the coast, there's going to be more representation from, you know, people that have to do with the ocean and that kind of thing. And if you're in our county, the Upper Grand Ronde, you're going to probably have more farmers and ranchers. So I think the one size fits all thing, you know, doesn't apply. So that's what makes this really difficult. And same thing with when we come up with what our highest projects are, you know, they're not going to be the same in any area for the same reason, because we're so different. And that's why I'm happy that, you know, that Oregon did come up with this place-based planning. So I don't have the answer except to say that the representation in each basin is going to be different. And we can invite people and they may not always come to the table. You know, we can't drag them to the table, but I feel like we need to make sure that we make that effort and that we show that effort. But we certainly aren't always going to get all the representation that we were hoping for. I know in our case, a lot of times the federal people weren't there. We had to really specifically ask them at the end because we knew there were going to be some barriers to some of the goals that we had. So, and they did come and give us a great presentation, but, you know, sometimes we can invite people, not everybody's going to come. So we can't let that hinder our planning. And then another thought that's just coming back to me over and over again is the purpose of this planning. You know, there's got to be a purpose more than just a nice planning. There has to be goals and things that happen at the end, implementation of some of these projects. And I think that that language is missing in the document. So thank you.
Thank you. Nikki.
I would just say, I think this has been a really good conversation. I like that we're getting out what people's real concerns are on the table. I think that's really productive. As well, you know, of course, it'd be nice to have a veto power as local governments, but I think if no one has a veto power that's around the table, I think that's fair. I would just caution folks, like I think Donna said, it's really important to structure it based on your basin and the needs there. But just a reminder to everyone is that local government implements the state's land use laws. And so what you don't want to end up with is a situation where you have agreement amongst a party and then you can't get through land use. So that's just a caution there, I think, for people that don't around this table don't build projects and don't know all those regulations and hoops you have to jump through. But I think to Donna's point, the group may have to, you know, acknowledge areas of regulations they still have to go through and make sure that they're working with those agencies. I do think it'll be stronger if local governments are part of the table. Quite often they maybe have the resources to actually be conveners and have spaces available. So I think that will just naturally happen, but there are different cultures of different local governments. I think to Anton's point, you know, if there's a county or a city that doesn't want to play ball, that could become an issue. But I think that's what the team needs to work on, is bringing people to the table, however that works. But I think for me, this has been really helpful to get a better understanding of where people are really at and why. I think comments are made previously that might have upset people, but now I can kind of see the whole picture from other people's views. So I appreciate that.
So let me just check in with you, Margaret. I do see your hand up, Peggy. I just want to check in with Margaret to see, just based on the feedback you've gotten so far, would you make any friendly amendments to your own proposal?
Yeah, well, I think so. My confusion, I guess, still is about concurrence. I'm not sure that we're all interpreting it the same way. That my thought is that in order to create a group to do the planning and apply for state money, that local government needs to agree to participate in the process. Local government would not have any veto power in the process, because the group then needs to create a governance document that I know that Anton has. I listened to him describe the governance document that they created, and I believe Donna also, which is essential to moving forward with the planning. Everybody has to agree to the rules. I also agree with everybody who has said this has been great conversation. I'm sorry that we have waited so long to have these conversations. So I'm still not sure how far off the dime I can move as far as requiring that local government be involved. Local government are elected officials. They do not represent necessarily groups. They represent all of the folks within the area that would be affected.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is to apply for state funding to initiate place-based planning. We'll call it place-based planning. Local governments must be involved. Is that your proposal?
Yes.
So I'm gonna just put that in the chat and ask just for a quick gut check on this, just to give Margaret some feedback from the whole group. What's your gut on this? 1 through 5. I'm a 1 enthusiastic yes on this, all the way to 5. No way I would block this, and somewhere in between. And we're putting it in the chat, and then we're gonna just, everybody can see what everybody's doing here. So far, I mean, we're seeing kind of a mix, but quite a few 4s and 5s to that. So I don't know if there's something differently you would want to propose, or if you want to take this and think about it, Margaret, or how we want to work with this. One thing I just want to observe is almost everyone that spoke in response to this said that the strength of a planning endeavor, it would actually be stronger to have local governments and those who are responsible for carrying out some of the things to be involved. So I did hear that really clearly. I think what I'm hearing, the concern is to make that a requirement when each planning effort's going to look and feel differently and have a different set of issues to deal with, that might be too strong to require that. That's what I'm hearing. So let me just hear from Kelly and April and JR, and then we'll have to move on. Margaret, I just invite you to, share with the group what you'd hope to do with this from here. So Kelly, April, and then JR.
Okay, I'll just be real quick. I just wanted to say, I do appreciate the involvement of government, but there are places where the local government is more dysfunctional. And just wanted to mention that this is a really great space where places like watershed councils and even districts at times can sit at that table. They're the ones that bring everybody to the table in a very neutral place. And so I don't think it has to come out of the counties or the cities, but we have personally had really hard times involved. We always invite them, we always give them a seat, and we always give them a vote, but it's not that they always show up. So it's just another place of thinking around the state and how this all looks different. So I would be hard pressed to say must, but would say definitely have them invited.
Okay, April.
Thanks, Margaret.
Thanks, Kelly.
So I think again, just kind of going back to my earlier comments, for me, it's important that we are contextualizing the decisions that we're making. And so, in Washington, what they're doing is a bit different because they didn't have watershed councils, and that's some of what that's modeled on. But I think, for irrigation districts, which are local governments, sure, we'd love to have a sign-off authority on a number of things. But I think, again, trying to contextualize it, that for me, because the way I am seeing that the question was asked is this was in the terms and definitions section. And to me, going back again to where any community could decide that they want to plan for their water needs. They don't have to go through a state-supported structure and have a plan approved at the end of that process. And so to me, if there were to be an aspect of concurrence, that would go in the requirements section and be something that is related to the plan being approved by the state, or being related to additional funding being available for that plan, as opposed to in a definition section where again, I'm trying to think of something we create could be useful to communities regardless of whether they go through the state process, regardless, because right now there's not even a program for that. And so to me, we should have a set of definitions that if you were to go about planning, here's a list of all the folks that you should reach out to proactively and include and engage, and kind of list all those things out. The other thing where I think we're maybe struggling a little bit with the conversation is we all have very different perspectives and experience. And one of the elements that I think relates to this who's at the table question comes later in our agenda today with the community engagement task force. And I would encourage you guys to look at that document if you haven't, because I think it's really important to make sure that folks who want to be at the table are able to be at the table and have all of those opportunities, and how we frame that really matters. But to me, telling someone, an entity at the beginning, that they can't even start thinking about planning unless they do all these things, I don't think we've framed it like, where are the carrots, where are the incentives to do that? And to me, that comes kind of later in the process once you're doing the plan or going through the state approved process, if that made sense.
JR, and then I think we need to move on.
Yeah, I was just going to highlight that it's, just for the group, there's so many pieces that go into being ready to embark on a planning effort. And what I think sometimes we get bogged down on is where the money's going. And if you're not getting the money from the state, then automatically, it seems like that's like a negative. And I'll tell you, I think most of the good plans that we've had happen in the state of Oregon have come because we didn't have a lot of money, and we need to get involved with the plan and get something done within a period of time to get things moving, to be able to start going after funding for the implementation of it. And so I just wanted to highlight that if this is about a money thing, I have no problem with having clarification that the funding for plan facilitation needs to be through a public entity or through a local government agent. As it relates to the strength over the message of the plan or the recommendations of it, I think that's a totally different discussion. And we're going to get into that, I think, in some of these other bullets. So I just wanted to highlight that if this is about where the money goes versus concurrence over the substance of the plan, I think those are two totally different discussion topics. So for what it's worth, I kind of heard that kind of in a little bit of some of the messaging throughout this conversation.
Yeah. All right, so let's just put a pin in that for now, and I'm going to move on to this next one. It was not explicitly a recommendation, but it was threaded throughout several comments about, should the state be required to have a more active role in leading the place-based planning efforts? In addition to some of the technical support and guidance pieces that are, pretty much feathered throughout the rest of the recommendations. But this is more explicit around, should the state have a required kind of lead role in leading these processes? So I don't know, Kimberly or others that brought this forward, do you want to say anything more about this one? And are you making an actual recommendation here, or is it a question?
Yeah, so I had, first of all, I think related to April's point, I would not say this goes in the definition section, but I made a comment in the definition section because of some of the term section. And my comment was just that I think this group needs to have the larger conversation about the state role and state leadership here. And I would say, to your question, is it a recommendation? I would say yes at this point. Water Watch would recommend that we do put in writing, I think a stronger state role. I was looking, we participated in 2 of the place-based plannings. This did come up in the place-based planning assessment. And then also recall that House Bill 5006, which is guiding this process, did direct the group to build upon the integrated water resources strategy and the governor's 100-year water vision. And both of those principles do have a pretty strong role for the state. So 1, we wouldn't want to dilute that, but 2, we would like to build upon it. And it is a tension that is identified a number of times in the place-based planning assessment. I think state leadership would provide, better guidance to the planning endeavor. It would still be, the community and stakeholders at the table, but just consistent guidance, consistent sort of framework. This plays into facilitation, report writing, etc. So I'm just putting this out there based on our experience in place-based planning, and also just reading through the place-based planning assessment, which flagged this a number of times. And also, actually, let me just add to that. The reason for this is, water does belong to all people of Oregon per statute. Communities definitely should have a role in planning for their community, but it is a state-based resource, and the Water Resources Department is the state agency charged with managing water. Similarly, ODF&W, DEQ are charged with representing sort of the broader public interest in these water values and water related values. Backdrop of some of my comments.
Yeah. Jeff, and then Marianne.
Yeah, thanks. About the state role, I would want to hear from those who participated in the place-based planning effort to see where there were deficiencies, if there were any, and what was missing. I mean, leadership is one of those things that we should talk about. I would say that there hasn't been consistent leadership on water more broadly. I mean, we see it in fits and starts and in action by the legislature. But I think we should. I mean, I would feel more informed if I had kind of that breakdown of what didn't go well. Because it leads into a couple other different parts, and I'll be very brief. Having a defined role by the state, I think is important. Not only for place-based planning, but the feasibility and the project side. So I've long been pining for the continuum of involvement and funding for each. I think that that's important to recognize and accept. I think that's the role for the state, not necessarily. I think we need to think of water in a different way, especially with it being as precious as it is. And then the last one is not meant as an editorial, but it will come out sounding like it. So I apologize in advance. If I said that anyway, I probably wouldn't say it, so I am not really sorry, but I'm going to say it. Flexibility is not bad. So local engagement and framing how that community wishes to address this issue, I think is critically important. Being a former chief of staff at Metro, you had cities that looked at doing growth and housing and transportation all very differently from one another. And it was the responsibility of the council to put those all into some type of reasonable plan. I think that's the role for it. And also, they're not just going to have to do it willy-nilly. I mean, I would ask Margaret, who's sitting in the chair, right? A common evaluative tool between you and your colleagues in different counties seems like it would be a good thing. So that's where I would have my focus. But I think that there are models out there that can get us from here to there. But I wanted to make sure that I at least brought the larger planning apparatus, since water is tied to land use. I just wanted to point that out. So thank you for your time, for letting me just ramble.
Okay, Marianne.
Yeah, and I think what Jeff said was spot on, and I hope, Kimberly, that you don't think I am injecting more into this. I mean, this is maybe a second but related issue to flag, Robin, but I agree with Jeff and with Kimberly that the state's role should be better defined. And I think that, I think the state better defined it as it moves through the planning process, at least in how it works in the different plans. But I do think there's a need to have a real conversation about Was that optimal? Should there be more? I think we've all agreed without, I don't want to speak for anyone, but that there is definitely more of a state role ahead of planning in terms of collecting and compiling data and moving it, and delivering to a community. Here's what we know and here's what we don't know about your place or your region. And I know, Robin, that's a question on the line. To me, this somewhat relates to the kind of pieces that planning merges, and it's something that this group hasn't talked about at all, but where should place-based planning live? Should it be at the department? Should it be at OWEB? Should it be elsewhere? It feels like some aspects of place-based planning are very duplicative of some things that OWEB already funds in terms of partnerships and in terms of kind of regionalized partnerships. And I think the question that Kimberly gets to the heart of the issue to me of place-based planning is, should it live within the department? And then what should the state's role be in it? Because I think that gets to is this just providing funding and resources for a community plan kind of within the constraints of existing water law, or does the state have a role to play in opining on what's possible, what's not, what's allowed, what's not? That to me extends a little beyond planning and gets into some kind of policy. And I think Jeff raised this, but maybe it was Kimberly I think it was Jeff, to the idea of like, what's the state's vision for the future? What's what is the leadership from the top on what they want to see happen with water resources? And to me, that kind of gets to the heart of like, is this just a planning and funding mechanism that is, we should consider, should it live in OWEB or elsewhere? Or is this fundamental to the regulation of water and fundamental to, again, this is in earlier conversations, but the idea of basin planning that is a fundamental function of the Water Resources Department. And I think how we answer that question helps get at what the state's role is, because if it's kind of if this is the basin planning mechanism, then I think that suggests a very different state role than if this is just funding and coordination, and something that is more akin to what you see in OWEB programs that don't have a regulatory or kind of future management of water nexus as strongly.
Kimberly, what was the intent of trying to articulate a leadership role for the state in place-based planning?
So, and again, I had, just so folks know, I had flagged this numerous times as sort of a big topic of conversation. So I'm not sure we can decide it, in the few minutes we have today, but I just wanted to flag it because I think we've been flagging this since the beginning. But I think the idea to Marianne's question was, I would not say that place-based planning replace basin planning by the state, but to the extent that we are, which basin planning tends to be, have regulatory components to it, these place-based planning endeavors that we've undertaken so far are voluntary, and at least currently don't have a regulatory piece to them. But the state does manage. Then they are also experts in their various fields, whether it's the Water Resources Department, Department of Fish and Wildlife, ODA, DEQ. And they are at the table representing the larger public. So I think their input is actually very important beyond just providing data and money. I think, we have advocated for full participation of all the relevant agencies. And I think if you look at the place-based planning assessment, that seemed to be a recommendation that was widely supported among stakeholders, that you need agency folks at the table participating in the planning. It especially came up, I think, with Fish and Wildlife, as I understand it. And then as far as leadership, it's our experience, and also just from watching the process and reading the documents that came out of the assessment, that it would maybe make things less frustrating and maybe more timely if we had leadership from the state, and or at least funding for, say, for instance, professional outside facilitation, report writing, just things. There's like the leadership is also sort of the streamlining efficiency piece is what I'm getting at. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Marianne, but. And it's a big topic. So I think it, I think it deserves some thought,
Okay.
maybe beyond today.
So let's go Adam, Kate, Peggy, and Nikki, and then I'm gonna call a little time on this one. So Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I think this is one of those, I want to appreciate Kimberly for bringing it up, but Jeff for your comments as well. But I think, Robin, this is one of those we might put in the chat and give it a 1 through 5 to see what kind of support we have from the group. I think going through the place-based planning process, I think we no, I don't think this is something I genuinely believe. We would not have been successful without the leadership and partnership from the state and the state's expertise in so many areas, with not just with respect to place-based planning perhaps, but also their expertise in the various areas of planning and providing data and facilitation and a number of other ways that the state helped to promote and advocate for us here in our place-based planning process. So I'd be a strong supporter that the state is involved in this process at a leadership level. And in the same with the previous conversation, I think that we recognize the highest level of success when we're inclusive and when we're open to including the conversation and how it impacts the various interests in place-based planning. So to the extent that the state has been involved in our process and we are successful, I think it's important to recognize that the state needs to continue to serve in a role, I would say even as a convener in the process, which I think would be helpful.
Kate.
Yeah, thanks. I would echo a lot of what Adam just said. The idea of basin planning in my mind is to empower local communities to find solutions that are appropriate for a basin, but that all happens within a state planning and management framework. And I don't think any of us have really questioned that. So it makes a lot of sense for the state to be at the table and helping in many ways and helping lead too. I mean, in the Deschutes, the state did not lead our process, and it's been, decades of planning and implementation. They've been involved at various levels. I will say the more the state has become involved over time, the more the basin has benefited, for sure. I mean, from, starting with data, but then, when we wrote the basin study, we had a lot of policy questions that came up, not necessarily changing policy, but getting clarity on some of the policy issues associated with solutions. And it was a really long, painful process of getting responses back from the state because they weren't set up to do that. And it took a long time and they hadn't been part of the discussions. Not to say, I mean, it was helpful, but it was just awkward. And, even now we've had a basin coordinator dedicated to the Deschutes for all of 6 weeks, and it's a game changer. And we've got someone at the table providing extra support to our regional manager, who's always been super helpful, and the Salem staff, and creating that bridge and that link. And so not just, data and funding, but really helping us understand within the state policy framework and within the state water management framework, what can we do together? What things can't we do? And again, I think also what Kimberly said, helping streamline some of the efficiencies, because there's a lot of work that goes into this planning and management effort, and the state, that is their job, is to manage water. And I think having that partnership with the state as a, some sort of a co-leader, not necessarily having to convene a process, but being a robust participant at the table will only help these processes move forward.
Okay, Peggy, Oriana, and Nikki, and then Margaret, and we'll wrap this one. Thanks.
I just want to respond to a few things. Jeff's comment about flexibility, and I totally agree that flexibility within the state laws is really going to be important. I was a part of that metro process. I am concerned about the comment about OWEB instead of OWRD, simply because that not all answers are in their purview. There are lots of different kinds of answers to different questions around water in Oregon. And so I think that housing at WRD makes sense to do. The problem I think I have is the same one we had with the last question. I don't like the word leading, but I certainly want them there. And you have heard from people who say it's important for them to be there. And so I guess that's the concern and the problem I have. It was the same thing with the local government things. I didn't like requiring concurrence, but I sure want them there. So we just have to figure out how to make that verbiage correctly so that it makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Oriana?
I think Nikki was ahead of me.
Oh, Nikki.
I thought Oriana was, so I wasn't quite ready to. So good. Just to be maybe a little pragmatic about it, I don't think the state has to lead, like in our basin. We've actually, with our local community and other agencies, have come up with a lot of funding to backfill where the state fell short. We fund all the monitoring stations. We convened a flow management group. The water master's on it, so they're at the table and we're strong partners. But with that said, you're asking the state for money. If you're asking the state for money, they should definitely be at the table. However, I think one of the challenges that we're all dealing with is the legislature comes and funds these positions for like 2 years. And then maybe we lose someone to a legislative, staff position, or that was great. So I think that's really the challenge, is whether or not, we could get a permanent position. I don't know how hard a lift that is. And whether or not people really have like mediation, facilitation skill sets at Water Resources Department. So, I would support, I think Kimberly might have mentioned like a third party mediator or something. If there's funding for a consultant to come in, I think that's helpful, especially if they can kind of come in with a neutral standpoint of seeing all the different interests a little differently than the state, who could, depending on the local water master, might see, more of a regulatory role than a convener role. So I would say they definitely need to be at the state because you're asking them for money. But at the same time, like, I don't think if it went to OWEB or someone else, like, I think you would still need DEQ and OWRD at the table. I do think we keep giving money to OWRD. Like, is that the best place for them to be giving out money? Or should they, is OWEB better for doing that? I don't really have those answers here, but I don't think they're necessary. But if you're going to get state money and you have serious problems, you got to have DEQ and OWRD, at least at the table as well.
Oriana?
Yeah, listening to this conversation, I recalled Nikki's first comment today about kind of the challenges that come up when land use intersects with like the place-based planning process, and thinking about the ways in which the state is often very siloed, that different agencies have bearing on different work, and there's coordination between different agencies. But in many of the processes I've been a part of, one of the key elements that gets named for improvement or need is like better coordination between state agencies. In some ways, it doesn't make sense for place-based planning to be housed in one place, and that's probably practically where it will be. But I wonder if something that's missing from this document or approach is just ensuring that there is that good coordination, and that the way that the state is involved in the process is helping to identify some of those barriers that may come up. local governments are really well positioned to understand those barriers because they implement different kinds of policies in different ways and are kind of the intersection between a lot of different state policy as it comes down to the community. But a process that is potentially less engaged with local government, or a local government that has less resources and support and less staff, may not be able to navigate those issues more. So that's a place where the state providing that guidance may be really important, of understanding like what kind of the rules and regulations are that intersect and may interfere with certain decisions or approaches. So it feels to me like some of the role of the state is, I think, as was just named, maybe not necessarily always the convener when it's important to have a more neutral party, or thinking about some of the conflicts that come up in the part of the state I live in, where local government has a lot more trust than state government in a lot of cases. The state may not be seen as a neutral convener in many respects. So I think trying to kind of navigate that piece of the state does have bearing on ultimate decisions that can be made in the process, that there has to be some sort of guidance and support. And I think when we get to the data conversation as well, some of the resources and capacity that the state can lend. So it's, I think, sitting in kind of like a middle ground role of not necessarily being convener or a leader of the work, not necessarily being, in the back seat of the work, but helping to identify and be a guide in the process in a really effective way. And just want to back up the comment about that consistent staff as well. Creating support for a place-based planning plus, or whatever we call it, in kind of April's language, is not beneficial if we can't provide the continued support and have staff who have the expertise necessary to navigate that interagency coordination, that delicate kind of balance between state and local government and different stakeholders, and then also potentially have some skills and engagement with tribal governments in the process too, because we've talked a lot about local government today, but not necessarily as much about that key piece of the conversation.
Margaret?
The word leading has troubled me. I thought about guiding, but that still troubled me. And perhaps participating, required to participate, and that their role, as in the role of others in the group, would be defined in the governance document.
Okay. So I'm going to just do the gut check because Adam actually asked us to do that, just to be sure. I'm going to just put in the chat a quick potential. And I'm also going to make a potential recommendation that a couple of these two items might be, if the group does not agree that there should be some like prescribed requirement for the roles of these different levels of government. Is there something more that the group wants to say or should say about the unique role of these two entities in a place-based planning process? We've done a little bit of that work talking about, just back to your comment, Oriana, a little bit of that work has been done by the community engagement task group around tribal participation and tribal government participation. Maybe this is another area where kind of specifying, kind of more articulating sort of what those kind of maybe unique roles to the process might look like. But here's the question, and then I'm going to ask us to move along. This is a quick gut check. This is not a decision necessarily, but just want to see where people are at. That the state should be required to participate in a specified role in place-based planning processes. Somebody said leadership. Go ahead, Kimberly, if you want to reframe that. Absolutely.
Well, it's not, I just want folks to be clear that, again, this process is supposed to build upon the integrated water resources strategy and the 100-year vision. And there already is language directing, authority and other components to the state. So my suggestion was just to clarify that and bolster that, but I do not want any vote on this to be interpreted as taking away existing language in these documents that were vetted over many years. So
okay,
is that Is that fair to put that on there?
It's helpful clarifying, I think, for the group.
Yeah, yeah. And again, this is more of a discussion, I think, that needs to be had as opposed to, wordsmithing. But
Clarify what the
appreciate just
scores mean again too.
Sorry?
Can you clarify the scores and what they mean again too? Just so I get that right.
One is I enthusiastically support. 2 is, yeah. 3 is I'm on the fence, I'm neutral, I'm agnostic. 4 is I have serious concerns or questions about this. And 5 is no way, I would block this.
And Robin, I just want to register, and I don't know if others feel this way, and I don't have a problem.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I don't know if I just muted myself or not. In case you didn't hear anything I was saying before, I just want to register and fine voting on this. But I will say to me, these are the kinds of conversations that I wish we've been having since day one. And I feel like the discussion of both have been rushed. And like this point, the Kimberly raised was rushed. Only one person, maybe 2 responded to my, where should it live? I don't know if that's going to get registered and if we're going to talk about that again. And I, to be frank, would rather this group not come up with a process than to rush through something where conversation gets shortchanged. We don't have the level of discussion or input that we need to have. We're not all on the same page. Because I wish we would have had these conversations from day one, but we didn't. And we had a lot of meetings where I don't think we got very far. And I'm happy we're making progress now, but I don't want us to just rush to an end product that doesn't have a shared understanding that's just going to fall apart in the legislative body because we didn't have the level of deliberative conversations we need to have. I would rather us get halfway to something and leave the rest for the legislative process, but have had robust and complete discussion about the parts we get done.
Framing. Okay. All right. So some are saying just you need to better define what this role is for the state. And I guess going through the rest of the potential recommendations, there may be ways in which the state's role does get clarified on some of these fronts. So let's keep going there. Okay, Kimberly, I was like, oh, that's interesting. She's a 5. So there's some concerns with the way it's framed, but there's not a lot of pushback on that the state needs to have a very explicit and defined role and needs to participate. That's what I'm hearing really clearly from this group is you have to participate in order for these things to be effective. Not dissimilar from it's a more effective process with better outcomes if you have your local governments who are impacted by these things involved. So let's move on from this and take a look at a couple other items within that were flagged within the terms and definitions, but as has been mentioned in the conversation already, some of this stuff may or may not actually stay housed in the definitions section. It may actually become a recommendation somewhere else in the document, but just to try to keep it flagged where it was flagged, we put it in this. So the next one is just a pretty straightforward requirement around balanced participation. There were a number of items, a number of comments that came up about the in-stream and out-of-stream interests being represented and included. So this was a specific wording proposal, but I will say it was the comments came up more than once on this, which is the planning body, assuming we're talking about place-based planning effort, must represent a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream interests and include those from different sectors. So whoever brought these items forward, do you want to say anything more? Do you want to push this as a proposal, or do folks have any concerns with this framing?
Robin, which one are you on again?
This related to language requiring balanced representation, the planning body must represent a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream interests and include those from different sectors.
Yeah, she leaped from the third one to the fourth one.
Oh, I
Marianne.
did? I'm sorry. Hold on.
That's what I was like. Thank you, Peg. I literally thought I was going crazy, and I was like, oh my God, I'm need to get
Did I skip one?
I swear you read the fourth bullet point, but then it should have been on the third bullet point, and I got very confused. But Peggy seems to have heard what I heard. I don't know.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I was going in sequence from what's laid out here. So it's the next item that's bolded.
Yeah, the one you read is the fourth one on the list. The third one is require ground rules to ensure equitable and meaningful opportunity to engage and provide feedback. And that's the third one on the list. So you can decide which one you want to take up, but those are the ones I have paper in front of me.
Yes, I'm so sorry. For some reason, my version deleted that other one. I don't know why. I don't know. I think it just happened in the moment, but let's just focus on the in-stream and out-of-stream and I'll come back to that. I'm really sorry about that.
So what are we voting on?
So we're just talking about this item of should there be a requirement that the planning body must represent a balance of in-stream and out-of-stream interests and include those from different sectors. Go ahead, Marianne.
I don't have any concern with this. I guess my only comment there is if we're certain that there will be places where all of those interests want to engage, because I have seen processes before where there's like a check the box if you need these 5 people, and they're like, we've tried and we can't find someone to fill this box. I think most basins have in-stream interest, but there are some where there's not. There are some basins where there aren't water right holders. And conversely, I think there's maybe some areas where the in-stream interest might be like, there's not a lot here for us. We don't need to waste time in this process. And so that's my only concern, Robin, is I think if they're available and interested in participating and it's not a stretch, absolutely. If there's a place where those interests don't exist or everybody's given a pass, I don't want that to hold up a planning process, because I have seen that happen in processes before where they're like, we have to have this person represented, but we cannot find anybody to fill that seat. And no one seems to be interested. And we've approached every person we can think of that would check that box.
Peggy.
Yeah, so really quickly, this is another one where it's the wording. The planning body must. And so I agree with Marianne. It's the must word that's the problem. It's not that it shouldn't happen, because we need to make sure that all interests are at the table if they can be.
Does anyone feel strongly that this should be a must prescribed? Does anyone want to come forward and say, I would make this a prescribed thing that this group would recommend?
What does it say? Sorry, I don't have my hand up. I'm gonna take it off.
Peggy and April, or Peggy, did you? Yeah, April, Oriana, and then Kaylin, do you want to weigh in?
Okay, so Peggy that was a legacy hand, as they would
legacy,
say.
yeah.
So this kind of goes back again to my comments earlier. What are we talking about? Is it a state-supported process in which this is a requirement in order to have your plan approved? Is it a requirement to receive the funding in the first place? These are questions I feel like we've yet to resolve, and this is greatly going to influence how I vote on this and everything going forward. But I'd also offer that this particular one is within the existing place-based planning program statutory language, as well as the guidance. The statute says balance current and future in-stream and out-of-stream needs. I'm supportive of that, but I think the question is, how do we need to, well, one question would be, do we need to tweak these guidelines or the statutory language that exists in this program that we're developing here to further clarify what that means to have a balanced set of interests, or further define that. Those are questions I have, but I think the general concept, we probably would all agree that there needs to be balance between in-stream and out-of-stream, but how does that get, again, contextualized? Is it a requirement to receive funding? Is it a requirement to do a plan, or are we talking just general guidelines? In which case, if we're talking guidelines, then it shouldn't be a requirement. Going back to what Peggy said, that language about require and must is problematic if we're not clear on what those requirements would apply to. Thank you.
So anyone that put this idea forward, do you want to clarify what you were thinking to April's question? You know, is it as simply as just supporting the existing place-based guidance around this, or is it taking it a step further or more detailed? I think that's the question that's on the table for those of you that did bring this item forward. So of those with their hands up, did any of you bring these forward that want to just clarify before we move on to comments? Okay, Kaylin, sorry, just because of the question that's being asked, I'm gonna go to you first.
Thanks. I'm looking at ORS 536-220, and I think the original question you'd asked, Robin, is, does anyone feel strongly that this needs to be a must? And I would say, I mean, currently in statute, it is a must. I think I'm just doing a process check, I guess, of
What statute are you looking at? Is it the place planning one?
It's place-based planning, and it's a good clarification, Marianne. It's I think it was Marianne. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Yeah.
Apparently I recognized your voice after all the time together on Zoom. So it's 536-220, and it's actually the 2015 law that extended the sunset. This is the one that's set to sunset in 23, July 1, 20.
Does it read differently? Because I'm looking at the original bill, and the original bill just says that the plan must balance current and future in and out of stream needs. It reads differently?
So what I'm reading is the first, it's A, which is be developed in collaboration with a balanced representation of interests, and then balance current and future in-stream and out-of-stream needs. So I think read together, we are looking at having interests that, at least creating the table that allows for participation by folks who are representing in-stream and out-of-stream. If it's helpful, I can just paste that into the chat, and then we can all have it in front of our heads.
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, and I was looking at the same, and I guess I read it differently than you, Caitlin. So that's how I know.
I pasted in from the bill, which
Thanks,
is
April.
presumably the same.
Okay. So Oriana, then Dan and Kate.
Yeah, so I don't feel like the language has to be must in terms of who is at the table, but I do kind of thinking about the context of the communities we serve, and that it is often challenging to get an organization like Verde to the table, or to get like certain communities to the table, just because of capacity issues and timing. I wonder if there's a way to ensure that there's some, in particular for something that is state supported or within the existing place-based planning framework, that there is effort to bring those folks to the table, or effort to identify alternative ways for engagement. Because I think sometimes it's easy to say it's too hard to have someone, or we open the door to everyone and not everyone showed up. And I just know from, like, in particular working with low income or BIPOC communities and the organizations that serve them, like sometimes a little bit of extra effort is needed. And we'll probably talk about this more in community engagement, but I want to make sure that there's some kind of tether that requires making sure that all of these different entities, be it local governments or tribal governments or communities, that there is some like concerted effort, and it's not just we sent an email and no one responded, which I don't think is anybody's intent here, but still that there's some way to kind of document that, like, we made a lot of effort, or there are no water right holders in our area, or some way to explain like why an entity is not not present in the process because things do happen, but that there's still that concerted effort that happens to bring the right stakeholders for a basin or a community to the table.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, I thought we were responding to the straw draft on this. In which case, if we are, it seems to handle it pretty specifically under guiding principles and both under the whole section 3 terms and definitions about balanced representation. So I'm not quite sure what the issue is.
Okay.
But it does, I'm looking at this again, sorry, I didn't come up before. It has that list of all of the little bullet points of who, might be, be part of this. And I would add watershed council specifically, and also under special districts, call out soil and water conservation districts, because they're super integrally involved in this stuff. And I think it's just worth being a little more specific. That's it.
Okay. Kate?
Yeah, thanks, Robin. And I did suggest must, and I'm not wed to it for the reasons we've discussed, but I wanted to share my rationale behind it. And it goes back to part of what we had talked about is these efforts are framed within current water law and don't jeopardize existing water rights. And that also goes to kind of the power imbalance question, because senior water rights obviously have the power at the table if we're not putting into question prior appropriation. And in most basins, including the Deschutes, the in-stream rights are the most junior rights. And so to some extent are catching up. And so I'm not putting this into question, I'm just acknowledging there's always a power imbalance when you have a water collaborative based around prior appropriation. I'm speaking for in-stream, but I could be speaking for any number of groups probably as well that don't have senior water rights. So that's why I put both in-stream and out-of-stream. Dan, I just looked at the language, was having diverse interests engaged and invested from the beginning will help ensure a process that meets both in-stream and out-of-stream water needs. And that just felt a little weak, like, hey, this would be great, but we're not necessarily requiring it. So I don't need the must in that definition, as long as there's, assurances built in somehow that a process is going to meet in-stream and out-of-stream needs. And I guess an open question on where does that check lie? Maybe it relates to making sure that statewide groups are allowed to participate if there's not a local in-stream basin group, or maybe it's just having the state agencies involved with the mandate they have provides that assurance, but just some food for thought for the group.
Okay. Mary Ann and Kimberly.
Yeah, and Robin, I had this on my flag, but it didn't transfer over, and I'm not sure why, but since we are kind of talking about that broader balanced representation of water interests, I did also flag, and again, I think this actually gets more to the guiding principles, and it is in the statute, but I'd flagged several times over the years wanting to revisit it, where we talking about water quantity, water quality, and ecosystem needs. I think that needs more guidance to it, and that I think water quality has very heavy state and federal overlays. And I know some of the communities initially they had to do some level setting of like, hey, we're not going to totally rewrite TMDLs or anything like that. We're not going to, there's so many other groups in any given basin doing this work, like literally dozens, that I think it's hard for place-based planning groups to know everything that's going on and fully integrate that. And so I think it needs to relate back to that overall, how are they meeting water needs? Like if a TMDL is driving a need for more water to come in stream, or if a TMDL is driving a need for like a secondary, a redundant water supply or something like that, having some sort of nexus or explanation for them so that they don't have groups coming and saying, well, this is where I can bring every change I want to see to how DEQ is doing its TMDLs. But maybe there is some change that comes up from the group around TMDLs, and that's fine. But I think I know this isn't relevant to this question, but since one of the folks said, hey, it's kind of really well defined here. I think if we're working on that definition, I would like that as something that needs to be defined as well. But again, I have no problem with no problem with what Oriana said around making it really clear what it means to have said we've tried, and there's not somebody that meets that need. Because I agree, it's not just like shooting an email and saying, well, they didn't respond. I got a bounce back, but never mind. So yeah, I feel very strongly it shouldn't be a must, but I do feel like it can be not just a plain may, it can be a may with some really good indicators somewhere about what it actually means to try to engage people, and that you really should try if those interests are available.
All right,
Kimberly?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo, I think what Kate said, which is, and I think it ties into what Marianne said, is so right now, I think the problem is you've got this definition of balanced representation of water interests, where I would agree with Kate that it's weak as far as being clear that you need a balance between in-stream and out-of-stream folks. But just a reminder that this definition was pulled from the existing place-based planning guidelines, and in sitting in that document, it's very clear that in-stream and out-of-streams needs have to be met in these state place-based plans. So I think some of this might be worked out when we have closer to a final document, but I guess I would want to put a pin in it that if we're not carrying forward the other strong language from place-based planning guidelines that is very clear, these have to meet in-stream and out-of-stream needs, which I think we need to, but I guess I would just say we may want to hold some time to strengthen this somehow if there's not a clear tie.
okay. Does that work for you, Kate, as another person who brought this forward?
It does. It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna put a pin in that one, that it's potential for us just to clarify with this group agreement with carrying the place-based guidelines forward that speak to this requirement. And we'll see if there's, that might be a bigger wraparound recommendation, but this would be part of it. And then flagging the need to, in the engagement part of this, to really flag ways in which you are tracking your attempts to be inclusive and bring all of these interests to the table, even if they ultimately don't participate. It's not for lack of opportunity or access. So that feels like it's in a different grouping of recommendations we'll get to with community engagement. So with that, I am going to send us to lunch. We're about 15 minutes behind. So we'll still take 30 minutes. Everybody needs a break. And so we'll be back at 12:45 and we'll keep going. Just really appreciate the robust deliberation so far. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you at 12:45. All right, so we're back. I'm going to, just to move us along, Jenna, if you could just pull up the deliberative agenda that we had sent out prior. So I went back through and looked at the items, some of the items remaining on the definitions section, all those in highlighted yellow. You did talk about some of this already this morning, the ground rules, ensuring equitable and meaningful opportunity to engage. That to me feels very closely linked to the work that the community engagement task group's been working on and appropriate for that section of the conversation. So I'm going to move that over. There's a question about statewide interests must be allowed at the table. With permission, I'd like to move that over to the community engagement, because there's been a lot of trying to define community and defining these pieces. So with your permission, can we move that over? And then the two around the definitions of community and community-led, which were drafted by the task group for your consideration. And so I'd like to move those items over to the community engagement section as well. So they're not last, but we will get to them in that section. One item for just a procedural clarification, and actually, if you want to just scroll down, Jenna, so people can see it right there. There's two procedural recommendations. One, there were a lot of questions that came up about where are these terms and definitions going? Are these like, are we looking at these like we're going to be putting them into some kind of legislative concept, or is it something different? And I think Lily did tee up, at least through the WRD building out the STRAT proposal lens, it was really meant to help the work group clarify what your recommendations mean. So if there's language that's showing up in recommendations, what's meant by some of these terms? It was also meant to be responsive to questions and concerns that have been continued to raise about, do we even agree on some of these terms and definitions? So that's why it's there. That's why it was put together by the department to help tee that up. Obviously, it's also creating a great space for some important substantive deliberations. Another work group member, though, posed that these terms and definitions are meant should be offered eventually, if you all agree on them, should be offered as guidance to the Water Resources Commission, which presumably would inform the future place-based planning program, and not intended to be recommendations for legislation. So I want to just flag that as because it was a question that came up a bunch about, well, how should I be reading these and reviewing these, like fine tooth comb around like potential legislative language or something different. And I think at least proposed from one group member and the thinking from the department as they put these together was really, it was for your use to clarify for yourselves. And it could be really helpful as a next step to inform the commission or whoever ends up housing the place-based planning program next. We're presuming right now that it's the commission or the Water Resources Department. So you can take that down. And then the other procedural suggestion was we're going to have to revisit these terms once we go through the recommendations. So for some, I need clarity on the terms and definitions before I can go into recommendations. For others, I may need to revisit these once we clarify for ourselves what we're actually intending to recommend going forward. So we'll hold space for revisiting these. Of course, it's a porous process still. We'll keep them open for continuing refinement. And then I did want to just remind the teeing up of two new terms that were suggested to be defined, which is what do we mean by integrated? If that's showing up in the recommendations, what does that mean? And then what do we mean by recognized plan? And there are several potential recommendations that kind of nod to this idea of the state recognizing the plan. So let's go through the recommendations, see if you all can reach some clarity for yourselves, and that might inform how that gets defined. So does anybody have concerns with the procedural suggestion that these should be used, at least at the outset, to inform your own building of recommendations and awareness? Any concerns with that? We don't need to really have a lot of conversation unless there are major concerns with that. All right. I'm going to drop us then to the next section, which is the data and technical assistance section. And Lily, did you have any teeing up for this before we get rolling? And I see your hand up, Kaylin, as well.
Thanks, Robin. I had a procedural question. I noticed that a number of the suggestions that I had or recommendations that I'd put into my worksheet responses had not been ported over into the deliberative agenda. And I'm curious if there was a filter that was applied, or if that was unintentional, or if it's kind of just, these are prompts for us to then share our responses that we made individually. I'm trying to wrap my head around how to engage these, because there are a number of things that I had proposed in my responses that weren't covered in this last section that we're wrapping up. And I'm feeling like I don't know that I just don't know that sorry.
Where are they get addressed? Yeah. So I sent an email out. We talked a little bit about this at the beginning of the meeting. I don't know if you were quite on yet, but what we did was try to group these into 3 different categories of comments. One being substantive deliberative topics, where substantive changes, strong concerns, or new recommendations were indicated through the feedback, and where there's not quite resolution of the group that needed to be teed up. Others were considered what we considered potentially friendly amendments. We may be wrong about that. So clearly, if there are issues that you feel compelled to bring to the work group for full work group discussion, we need to do those. But we thought that there was a number of kind of suggested additions or refinements that didn't seem to rise to the level of controversy. For example, I gave the example earlier today of there were some recommendations about better clarifying the role of the facilitator and many comments of they should be neutral, they should be independent, you know, so we just thought, let's put that into the next version of this iterative document rather than spend group time talking through that if it's not a high kind of controversy issue that everybody needs to work through. Let's have it show up in the next iteration. And if there's some substantive concern with that, it would be an opportunity for work group members to then say, hold on a second, I don't believe that we should call this neutral facilitation, for example. There were recommendations to add potentially different additional interest groups to that list of who might be involved. That's another one that we thought we'll just add that into the next iteration. So Kaylin, if you aren't seeing something major substantively that you put on the you wanted to put on the table, I'd also say at the end of this call, we have a little bit of time remaining for like the ad hoc. So if there's issues that you brought forward in the first round and you didn't see, you feel like the group really needs to talk about them, then we'll flag those at that point, if that's okay.
That sounds good. I think knowing that there's another proposal coming forward that's intended to include those friendly amendments. I think my hunch is there will be a number of friendly amendments that are in conflict with each other. So I send thoughts and prayers to the department in trying to reconcile those in advance. Yeah, I mean, we did actually try to tease those out and put them on the table because they are in conflict. But if we miss something, of course, there'll be an opportunity to bring that forward. Mary Ann?
Robin, I'm sorry, I just came back late and I missed what's happening with the rest of that first section. And I heard we jumped to data, but I missed what was happening, everything we didn't cover in the first section.
Yeah, so there were a number that were really related to community engagement and sort of requirements around engagement. So we're going to put those into the community engagement section of the discussion, because there's more that the community engagement task group may have actually already tried to address through their work.
And are they presenting in October?
They're presenting today. They have their draft
today.
today. Yep, if we can get to it.
Okay.
So let's go through data and then we'll do the community engagement one. Okay, sorry, Lily, anything that you want to tee up for this section?
I don't think so. Is there anything you want me to do?
No, not if there's nothing that you want to tee up. So let's go to that section of the recommendations. We planned on starting with a quick update from DEQ on a project they are charged with leading and developing, which is a data portal. Some of you earlier in the process asked about this, and we thought it was relevant enough to some of the ideas and issues that have come forward in this conversation related to regional planning or place-based planning that is probably worth pausing and just letting everybody kind of know what the status of that project is, what the nature of that project is, and the status. So Jennifer has offered to give you just kind of a 5-minute overview and share a little bit more about kind of what happens next for that process.
All right, thanks, Robin. And I put together just a quick slideshow because I knew we didn't have a ton of time, and I thought it might just be easier for people to track some of the major pieces that are occurring if there was something that you could just follow along with a little bit. So as Robin noted, in the last session, DEQ received some dollars and a charge to work across state agencies to scope an Oregon water data portal. So I'm just going to give just a little bit more explanation on what that charge was, what kinds of information we're using, how we're going about it, how you can touch this process in addition to the few minutes we're going to be spending here, and kind of how we see the bigger project going forward. First, I'll just start by saying that generally this effort, it came to DEQ, and it really builds off of a lot of conversations that have already occurred in the past around integrated water resources strategy, conversations around the 100-year water vision, and other pieces. And so this is really about kind of how can some of those conversations and the good information that was pulled together as part of that be moved forward into something that results in a kind of a tangible product. So next slide, please. So as I said, this builds off of other kind of statewide discussions that have occurred. Through those discussions, a few themes came through in those, which was that, and as everybody knows here, there's a lot of discussion about needs for water and water infrastructure investments. Also about a lot of kind of related to those needs, a lot of kind of frustration or desire to be able to either have data that weren't available or to be able to access existing data that could help support decision-making and investments. And so just to be clear, kind of what our charge was with this initial amount of money is to do scoping and planning for a water data platform. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that is in just a moment. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so in brief, basically, the charge that we have is to look at scoping and planning for a data portal that would be internet accessible, a single point of access to various types of data that would include both data and information, that it would include data from across state agencies as well as other entities such as federal governments, local governments, watershed councils, it could be potentially could be a really broad spectrum of folks who have various types of data that could be shared through this portal. With the end users being kind of also quite broad in nature and thinking about that. Everybody from the general public to businesses, governments, things of that nature. So again, kind of broad in terms of data going in, also broad in terms of people who might ultimately be users of it and think about it on both of those sides. Next slide, please. So generally speaking, we're thinking about this in terms of 3 stages. So right now, what we're focused on is being able to identify priority data and information needs in order to be able to perform these kinds of functions, understanding the state agency's existing data sets and IT infrastructure, thinking about what kinds of technologies would be needed in order to be able to have this kind of single point of access to a water data portal. And then ultimately, in terms of products from this current effort, we're looking at kind of 2 related products. One is kind of a draft, higher level set of recommendations that would be available around January, February timeframe. And then that would be shared broadly with the legislature. And then similarly, kind of wrapping up our work and providing a final set of recommendations around the June timeframe around the project moving forward and kind of what we think makes sense in terms of the project itself. So that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of our current efforts, what we would envision for future efforts if it's decided that this project needs to continue to move forward would be, then to do a pilot of a data portal using available state agency data, working on plans to develop data quality issues with data sets and IT gaps within existing data, but also looking at, what would be needed to develop critical data sets that are identified. And then also looking to engage outside the state agencies for important data sets that could potentially be brought into this portal. And then kind of a third stage, which is then kind of fully populating and maintaining such a system. So, and then also executing various projects that we would anticipate would be needed to either continue to improve data quality or data accessibility and further developing important data sets. Okay, so next slide, please. So let's see, Peggy, I see you have a question.
I just want to follow up with your 3 stages really quickly. So normally if you do an IT project, you really need to know what you're going to do at the very beginning. But this says you're going to do a pilot and then build on the pilot. That has me concerned because I don't know if in fact anybody who develops the IT program is going to know enough about how to present the program, how to develop the program.
Yeah, can I answer that question in just a moment, Peggy? Because I think and I think I'll get to some of it, and then I'll embellish on that aspect of things when I get there, if that works for you.
Sure, not a problem.
Okay. A few things I mentioned at the outset that we're trying to build on. We're not starting from scratch in terms of thinking about, data needs or decision making. There was a lot of conversation that has occurred, including in this forum, continues to occur around decision making, types of data, and things like that. So one point I just wanted to highlight here is that we're not starting from scratch. We've been actively mining all of the great documentation that's been pulled together as part of these various efforts and are being kind of brought forward. In fact, I think part of the bigger challenges is kind of wading through all that and getting to some of the things that become a little bit more actionable and priority, so we can begin to think about where do we begin with data sets that exist and are ready to go in terms of being in a portal, and how do we prioritize some of the user needs. So I'm going to come back to that point in a moment as well. Next slide. So, and this is going to get a little bit to Peggy's question. So one of the things that we've been asked to do is to scope this project. And one thing that I will, I think is probably important to clarify, with a data portal, there's not necessarily inherently a lot of original IT development that needs to be done on this. It's more about what existing technologies can bring data together in one location. And there's a lot of folks that we are looking to leverage with knowledge and expertise to be able to bring into this project. So in terms of, where, who are we bringing in through some of the contract dollars that were set aside to be used for this project. So one of those is the Oregon State University Center for Applied Systems and Software. We've worked with them a fair amount on various IT projects. They're very good at thinking through business analysis and project management of things that have an IT nature to them. So we have a small contract with them to help us kind of think through and manage this project. We've also brought on board the Internet of Water. They've done similar projects to this in New Mexico, Texas, California, a couple other states. If folks want to poke around, New Mexico is a great example of something that they've done and is fairly far along in their efforts. So we're looking at them to help us think through kind of how the data can be structured, and how do you set up, evaluate the quality of data, how do you bring it into a system, how do we understand the quality of existing data sets, and then to help us kind of draft some of the project documents and some of the recommendations. And then thirdly, we also thought it was really important to bring in the Institute for Natural Resources at OSU because of a lot of the things that they've had their hands in around various data sets around the state. And as many folks know, they build and maintain the Water Data Explorer and the Oregon Spatial Data Library. Jeff, you've got a question?
Yeah, I hope it's a question. I have zero faith in Duke University. I mean, those guys have done other work and they know jack and squat about Oregon water law. So I'm just curious because we have folks on both sides of the aisle in Oregon who know Oregon. So maybe that was considered. You're just looking as this like as a peer review aspect. But I have a great deal of regard for you, Jennifer, and DEQ. But I've seen this movie and it sucks. How's that for more comment than question?
Maybe more commentary? Yeah, I think, and Jeff, if it'd be helpful to know if you've got some other kind of more specific concerns, and we can follow up separately on that too. It's always good to be aware of things where they've maybe engaged on projects and that hasn't been successful. We're not asking them to be experts about Oregon or policy or anything about that in Oregon. What we are asking them to do, they do have a group of folks, and they've got a number of different partners where they are looking at from a more, kind of an execution type of space. How do you bring data together in a way that people can access it? So I think it's really for us to drive, how do we want that displayed? How does it work for us? And I think actually, yeah, like I said, New Mexico and California are some good examples of things. And we're not asking them to weigh in on matters of policy or law at all. So hopefully my expectation would be that this is really a state driven process with outputs that we define for how we want to use it. And to that point, next slide. So I'm here, I'm from DEQ, but we've got a lot of state agencies that we're engaging in a number of different ways around this as we're trying to get this off the ground. So we have a cross-agency steering committee with DEQ, WRD, ODFW, ODA, ODF, OWEB, and DAS. And so we meet at least once a month where we're getting updates and helping to kind of steer the direction of this project. We also have 2 other groups set up. So we have an agency subject matter experts group where we have representatives. I think we've got regular representation from at least 9 agencies, and we're kind of on an ad hoc basis with another 3 to 5 more agencies to really understand what they know what their data streams are, and know what shape they're in, know how they're used, know kind of all of that kind of stuff. So we've got those agency subject matter experts group set up. And then we also have a technical work group where we have these folks, the various folks that we have some small contracts with, brought in to really talk about some of the more technical pieces of the project. Let's see. And then let's see if we can go maybe to the next slide. The other piece I just wanted to talk about. So that's a lot of the things that we're doing within the state and the agencies. Oh, and thanks, Peggy. Yeah, DSL and OHA are also engaged as our Marine Board. We've been reaching out to parks. We've been talking to ODOT, OEM, kind of the whole alphabet soup of anybody we think has any type of water data at all. So we also regularly are working through our water core team and having conversations there, which are, for folks who don't know, that's kind of it's all the state agencies and kind of my counterparts at the state agencies. We get together a couple times a month. And so this has also been a regular update and opportunity to corral other state agencies. Oh, Business Oregon as well. Yep. So I knew that if I tried to put every single agency down, I would inevitably leave out some important ones. So that's how we've been corralling the state agencies. We're able to get them a little bit more captive as we begin working scoping on this. The other piece that we are going to be doing in this first stage of things is also holding some listening sessions in early October. There's also, we're going to be also having an agenda item on the upcoming natural resources, the Tribal Natural Resources Working Group meeting. I think that's the name of it. We're going to talk about a little bit of that. And then also tribes are also invited to either follow up separately or join these listening sessions that we have. We've got 2 scheduled. One, we're trying to focus on folks who are kind of at the end user side of things, who are kind of day-to-day users of this information. And then another meeting where we're focused more on kind of the policy level association types of folks. And the objective here is, again, to share information about this project. And at this stage of things, we definitely want to hear about data priorities and priorities around decision-making needs. Most of you, I think, here have probably heard from one of the folks on the team about these sessions. If you have not and you would like to attend, I'm happy to include you in an invitation to those listening sessions. And Peggy, I think I saw Peggy put one of those in there. This is not the last opportunity to have conversations around this. We would absolutely anticipate having more conversations around this effort, and would then, and as part of any subsequent stage 2, would they then thinking about what are kind of the appropriate conversations and forums and formats for being able to have more conversation about how best to shape this effort. So that was just a really quick flyby in terms of where we're at. I saw a request in the chat come up to share this, and yeah, Lily and Jenna have this presentation, so hopefully they could just shoot it out like a PDF or something to the group. Mary Ann.
Yeah, Jennifer, and I've asked this question a few times, but I don't feel like I've gotten a great answer to it yet. And so people look at me like I just grew a second head. So I'll try it with you and see if you have an answer for me. So I remember, gosh, I'm guessing Peggy will remember which session specifically, but I do not. I remember when you got funding for the EDMS system, and that massive data system to comply with some of the EPA water quality regulations. And I remember, at least in the early iterations of explanations around that system, it was described as being the catch-all water portal in the state, where you could, like, a public user could log on, they could click on a stream reach or an area, figure out what TMDLs are there, what water quality management plans are there, what water rates are there, what the stream flow is, if there's a stream flow gauge there, what other kind of data collection points are there. And at least, again, in the early iterations when they were asking for funding from the legislature, it was described as this massive portal that, and as it initially would be user only, or like regulated entity only, but then would eventually have a public facing interface where all of that information in the portal could be available to the public. And I guess I'm interested if the state already thinks they funded that, or, it was something that you all were asking for funding for. How is this different? I don't know why my camera's zooming in and out on me, but how is this different? And does it relate to EDMS? Is it like, it feels like we're maybe creating two things that are described as one portal to rule them all. And I thought we already funded one portal to rule them all, and I'm confused now.
Yeah. All right. That's a great question, Marianne, and I can answer that. So DEQ did receive a lot of funding to do EDMS, which was the project, and the actual system itself is now called Your DEQ Online. One of the important things that I would say the defining characteristic of the Your DEQ line is it really is intended to capture all of our business systems, all of our operations. So it does everything from tracking permits to invoicing to capturing compliance data, monitoring data associated with permitting, kind of the compliance reporting. It handles all the all of like the documents associated with our business processes, like the actual permits, the fact sheets. It can also take in comments on things like that. So it's all of our business operations is what that handles, which is, and I don't recall that it was ever advertised as being something that would capture other agencies' business processes. Peggy's nodding yes.
It definitely was.
Yeah, not business processes, but data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it does have data.
I just can't remember the description of, like, you can click on an area and see every piece of data the state has related to that stream reach or related to that basin. And like link through like not only its TMDL, but like associated ag plans and forest practices act plans and water rights and just everything associated with like each of the basin. And it was definitely so that I can try to find the early presentations.
Yeah, that might be good to share with me, Mary, because that was never at least the understanding I had, and I am not DEQ's IT person. So we'll just, take that for what it is, but we've always maintained like, for example, we have water quality data, a data system that holds all of our environmental data. And that's always been separate. I'm only aware of a very brief period of time where like, well, could it handle it? And then we decided no, it really couldn't. So there's, I think there was I can't trace the history in terms of what was presented when and how it was described. But what I can tell you is your DEQ online is really about the agencies, being able to manage the agencies kind of business operations and providing a one-stop portal for the public, permittees, regulated entities. It can do records. Isn't the end all be all to our records, but it does have a records component to it as well as invoicing and some of those business systems as well for the accounting and things related to those operations. But I will talk about how this is different because I think that's also the crux of your question. So one reason that this is called a portal, and I think this is a really, speaking on the theme of definitions today, a portal is a really, I think, an important term here because this is not a database. It would not inherently be storing all of the state's data or any of these other entities that were outside of state government, federal government, local government. It would not store all of that data or would not be the original repository for those things. What it would do is provide a means by which it could serve up and provide access to those data systems and provide a way in which they could communicate with each other or be served up kind of concurrently for a user, right? So you can imagine that in addition to figuring out one aspect of this is how do we use available technologies, GIS for things that have locational metadata, kind of relational kinds of things. How do you relate spatial data with, quantitative data? So whether whether it's flow data or milligrams per liter data for water quality information or, whatever. There's all those kinds of, how do you serve data up in a way that could be kind of relational to one another. So there's that kind of technology that goes into the portal, but it's not an original storage site. The other piece of it is understanding what shape is data currently in. I know just from having worked at DEQ long enough that I know much of our data used to be in really bad shape. And so we could have and if for DEQ, if it were 10 years ago and somebody said, oh, we've got this great portal that we can get up and running. I know 10 years ago, DEQ's data would not have been compatible with that kind of portal because of the underlying issues we had with how we stored it and the quality that it was in, and it wasn't in a modern system. And I know we've done a lot of work at DEQ, and there's still probably some data sets that sit that way. And I suspect, and we know that at other agencies, their data sets are in varying quality, excuse me, and in stages of readiness to be able to communicate with such a front end type of portal. So that's inherently got to be, it has to be part of this project as well. Excuse me. So anyway, that's just a little bit of an explanation and kind of distinguishing some of these different pieces and products.
So one thing, Jennifer, and I guess others that are learning a little more about this portal project and sort of the arc of it, there's clearly a whole forum and process for engaging end users, particularly around this developing project. And it's in such early stages, it's still even being scoped. But there was questions about it, and also there's relevance to what this group has been kind of grappling with in terms of data needs and needs for the state role in providing data and assistance in this area to regional planning groups. So I would just say for now, Jennifer and others, if we're looking at the set of straw recommendations that are on the table, if this links in any way, as you see it, to that portal project, let's name that, I guess. And if there's a recommendation that doesn't show up here that the group feels strongly about in support of, or some directional focus toward that portal project, we could make space for that too, just as a teasing up for you, DEQ, and the work that you're about to embark on in earnest. So let's take a look at the recommendations that are in the straw proposal right now. There's three. One is tied to providing basic data and kind of assessments around data gaps. Another is funding appropriate level of agency staff to be involved in data collection, analysis, and technical support. And then there's a third one around just funding agencies to provide the support and technical data. So there's kind of filling, that's tailored to filling data gaps needed for planning. So there have been some refined recommendations that show up in this deliberative agenda. And then there's a fourth potentially new recommendation that's specific to implementing the 1998 Stewardship and Supply Initiative, which are the basin assessments, as I understand it, Kaylin, but we'll get to that in a moment. So let's just start with the first one. We had a placeholder around this because we thought it might link to just kind of support or some directional recommendation toward this portal project. But we did get some phone-in revisions and a potential replacement for this. So that's what you see captured in the deliberative agenda. So it says replace recommendation A. The legislature should fund situational assessments for basins across the state to understand the basic data and also data gaps in each place. This would help the state and communities understand if there's a need for place-based planning. Could also be useful for other sectors, even if the place chose not to pursue it. So who put this one forward, and do you want to say more about it before we go into conversation? I think this was almost a combo of Mary Ann and Kimberly.
So Mary Ann, do you want me to go? Do you want to go?
Sure. No, you should go.
So, I mean, I think the idea here, this is something I think that has definitely came up in the place-based planning assessment, and, from members of the place-based planning groups. And I think we have also, this group has talked about it at various junctures, just the need for data in these regions or places to better understand if they are ready for planning, and also sort of what the situation on the ground is. So, and Mary Ann has something similar, so I'm not sure if we're thinking the exact same thing, but we're thinking sort of an assessment of water quantity, quality, fish and wildlife, not only what is available now, but the data gaps. And that will help inform whether places are ready to plan. If they are, then they can be handed these packages. There might be data gaps that need data work from agencies or otherwise before they could go forward. So it's basically just sort of a data placeholder.
Yeah, and I will add that I agree with that. And I think the piece I added, which I don't think Kimberly disagrees with, is I think we, the piece that I don't want to get lost in this is the funding need for gathering more of that data that every community had. And so I think in an ideal world, there'd be funding, there'd be data gathering happening on some prioritized, basis statewide. And then as a community wants to do place-based planning, like Kimberly said, they have access to information that shows what information they have, what information they don't, so they can enter into it eyes wide open about what they can potentially reasonably accomplish with what they know and what they don't know. So we don't end up in a situation like a lot of the planning groups now had, where they went into it not knowing that information developed concurrently with the process. And I think some of them, really could have used more information before they dove in, or like, Representative Owen said, they're just now getting to both the end of planning and the end of data gathering. And kind of hitting both of those milestones simultaneously. So I think that aligns with Kimberly, but I think I was picturing like a more intentional, like funding to develop data, then the assessments for places that are interested in place-based planning, so that they can know kind of upfront what they do and don't know, so they can basically see how big of a task they're undertaking and enter into it more eyes wide open.
All right, so work group members weighing in on this one. Questions, concerns, comments, thumbs up? Peggy and Tom.
So really quickly, I'm looking at A and B, and I guess I'm really trying to figure out what the differences are. And it's difficult to make a comment since in fact what Marianne was saying was really both A and B. And so we just know we definitely know we need data. What we also know is that it's not fair to have place-based planning groups begin without that data. It draws it out. You've heard Representative Owens and the frustrations that he has had with his group related to that. So we need to make sure that we have the data that we need. And if we need the staffing to have the data, we need the staffing.
Go ahead, Tom.
I appreciate the discussion around this. Just a couple things maybe for the group to ponder. There is data everywhere. We have data, and I would caution you not to wait until there's a certain amount of data before if a community is ready to engage in planning. I think that can be very valuable. And I think there's a social element to this that's above and beyond just looking at the data that takes time and effort for a planning effort. But the other thing I wanted to mention is that you may consider, two things, I guess. One is we have work underway through House Bill 2018 that the legislature provided additional resources for us to develop water budgets, which I think can be very good platform for planning efforts. It's not as robust as a basin plan, which we just completed in the Harney Basin, but I think it will be a very good starting point and will add to whatever data we have in any given basin. That I think is going to be rolling out in the coming years, and so I'm excited about that. The thing I would mention, though, is that one thing that we learned in the Harney Basin that you may want to think about in terms of your recommendations, if the department or a state is to develop more data, it's not just developing the data, but how we go about it and interfacing with the community. And one of the things that we did in the Harney Basin was made sure that we set up a scenario where we were routinely briefing the community on the efforts that we had, so that with the goal of having that community trust the data as much as possible. So that's another thing just to think about. It's not just about having the data. Sometimes it's about how you go about collecting it and how you include the community and so that they understand what's being developed over time.
Kristen?
Yeah, thanks. So my comment may be a little bit redundant to Director Byler's, but I wanted to weigh in first in support that I think that situational data assessment is really necessary so that there's a good platform to build from for each of the work groups. But I was just going to add that how the place-based planning group, work group, stakeholder group, whatever we're calling it, what topics and geography they're choosing to address and tackle will heavily influence what data is needed. And different basins need different kinds of information to address some of the catastrophic challenges they have. So I'm just want to put a little bit of a plug in that, some of that general data is necessary, but there's also typically some very specific questions that have to be understood and asked through the process for that to be helpful. And so however we design this, I think should have some flexibility for that stakeholder group to really identify what's needed to address the challenges they're coming together to work on for their geography. And so I guess this is where I kind of echo, I think what Director Byler was saying, that you shouldn't necessarily not proceed because certain things aren't there, because you may kind of find in that process what group of topics that group needs to address, and there may or may not be data that's adequate for that. And ultimately, they may have different needs than kind of a more general statewide request might show. So I don't mean that to undermine the value of the general statewide information, which is really critical, and the basin availability work and all of those pieces, but just recognizing that sometimes there's more detailed or specific questions that really need to be wrestled down.
So just before we go to the next comment, I'm just going to flag for anyone who's interested, a potential another recommendation within the data, which is, I think, more akin to what Kristen and Tom were talking about, which is some mechanism for the state and these local groups to work together on the technical aspects of the planning endeavor. So trust in the data, understanding the data, working with the data as a local planning group, in addition to the state just providing that. It may have showed up very lightly in recommendation C, but I don't think we quite got to maybe the level of assertion that maybe is coming through right now. So I would just put that out there for anybody that wants to provide maybe another recommendation around this that speaks specific to that. So Dan, then Marianne and JR.
Yeah, I'm certainly in agreement with Tom and Kristen in terms of not having everything held up until there's all the data, because that'll never happen. But I think just in this whole context, it's important to sort of realize the bigger picture. I mean, there's a question of data we have and whether that's through all the different agencies or whatever. And in that respect, I think, the work with the portal is great. I mean, it's funny, this discussion has been going on, I remember 20 years ago, about having this, the whole thing, Oregon Explorer, OSU was going to do this. I think that some of the comments that were made explain why it didn't happen. I mean, there was just incompatible systems and things like that. But obviously, if there can be one place, especially if you can use a geographic, I am in this place, could you give me portals to get me all the data, all the different sources to get there? That's great. Then the other whole half that was data we need and that we don't have. And some of that is going to be fairly easy to get, but just kind of a caution that some of that, if it's like a full basin groundwater study, it used to take 5 years, with OWRD and USGS working together. I don't know if with modern technology, if that has speeded up. I mean, but anyway, some of that stuff's going to take a while, and that's just something to integrate into the system, how it's going to work. If you really need that data and it's going to take a long time to get good data, it's just a complication. And then there's sort of a hybrid in between. There's some data that we don't have, but we could get, but no one wants to give it to you. And that's actually a pretty big thing in this world in terms of the whole concept of measurement. People do get a little, and maybe that's that issue of how you work with the community and the outreach, because there are users who are reluctant to let you know how much they're using. There are others who aren't, and there are others it's super specific, but that's a biggie. And it's also likely to get some controversy when you start trying to get some of that data from people who don't want to give it. So it's just, it's a little more to this than, might meet the eye. I mean, I think most people on this call realize all that, but that's it.
Thanks, Dan. Marianne.
Yeah, Robin, just building off of what some others said, and even Kimberly in the chat, I think what I articulated on kind of the need for gathering data is stands alone, but I just, I do think we have a risk of people taking different things from different parts of this. Like I agree with Dan's assessment of gathering data. I never thought any of this was about gathering new data that the state doesn't otherwise have like the authority to gather or anything like that. I thought it was about collecting data that exists in basin, doing things that we can do in basins. If we're talking about, for example, measurement and reporting of water use, I'm gonna have very different feelings on the conversation that we're having. I don't think that we are, but that's where I think we just need to be clear about what we're talking about. And Kimberly and I had a bit of a side text about whether or not what we said was in addition to recommendation A. And I said, I had it under my comments there, but a lot of what's in there isn't clear to me, because to me, it kind of screamed pre-planning. And I think that I still feel very strongly that without pre-planning being part of planning or a basin already being selected, we could end up spending pretty much all the funding money, working with basins to see if they're ready, and the basin could never come through with a plan. Or never come through with a proposal. And so we can end up burning a tremendous amount of money, like helping communities get ready and build websites and do things where they never actually commit to going through planning, or they say, maybe we want to, but we need, all of this state help to figure out if we want to. Oh, never mind, we don't want to. And so I still have a lot of concerns around pre-planning, not because I disagree with like what would be that could be a value to communities, but because I think it could burn through pretty much all the funding for this without ever resulting in anything actually happening in a community. So I think the community has to come forward and say, yes, we want to do this. Yes, we're committed to putting it forward. Yes, we've done the work to build some amount of initial momentum in our community. We're going to come to you with a proposal. Then at that point, the state can come in, and once the state money is behind it and the state selected them, and come help them triage what they know, what they don't know, create a planning website, help with, facilitate whatever we want the state's role to be there. It's not that I have a huge objection to the state having a bigger role or a smaller role there, but rather I think the community should have skin in the game. And again, I know this is about kind of data and technical support, but a lot of what was in A screamed pre-planning to me. And I feel like we haven't fully resolved whether or not the group supports pre-planning and what that should look like. And my concern is if you're doing all of this before they've committed to plan, and doing, pre-application conferences and training webinars and creating a website and helping them identify leadership, you're going to spend all the money the program has before anyone ever commits to doing planning. So I'm not necessarily saying my comment wasn't in addition on A, but there's just a lot in there that I was like, I don't know that I'm reading this the same as everyone else's. And I'm reading it like pre-planning and that they get all the state support before they ever commit to doing planning. And I think that's going to be a tremendous strain on state resources.
Well, so let's do pause and just see if we can try to get a little more clarity from the group on that question. Because I think what you're asking is right, Marianne, which is not dissimilar to what April was teeing up at the beginning. Are we talking about, is this specific to funding for within the future place-based planning program fund? So this is saying the legislature should fund situational assessments for basins across the state to understand basic data and data gaps, which would help the state and communities know if they're ready to do place-based planning. I think what Marianne's suggesting is wouldn't want to put all that money, all the funds up front for that, if there isn't some commitment that this is going to be geared toward a place-based planning endeavor. Did we hear that?
It's actually kind of the opposite. I think situational assessments and knowing what data we have in basins statewide is probably the only thing that I think should happen, more globally,
right?
Before they commit to planning. All of the other stuff that was in the original A in terms of staff support, training, identifying leadership, creating a planning website, helping, pre-application conferences or whatever, training webinars, all the things that seem to imply a huge investment in a community before they ever commit to planning. That's what I have huge concerns with, because I think it will drain the whole program. And so it's like the opposite. The thing I'm comfortable with is I do think we need to tell people like how far we are in their data before they kind of get into this. But everything else, I think they should have some level of skin in the game before we provide a whole bunch of support to them. And like websites and trainings and technical, all of this other stuff. I do think pre-application conferences are appropriate, but I doubt the state needs a specific line item for that. I would think that the person supporting the program would have time to talk to people who are thinking about applying and answer any questions they have. If not, I guess we should build that in. But I don't think we should train them and develop websites for them and do all of this stuff before they've ever committed to going through planning.
Marianne has jumped to the community.
Yeah, I swear I'm still looking at recommendation A under the am I on community? Yeah. I might be.
No, you got it.
I don't know where I am, but I was looking at an original recommendation A that looked different. So maybe I am on a totally different conversation.
No, I think you're right, but Peggy's pointing out there's some conversation that the group
okay. Yeah. I was looking at it, but I still stand by my comment because there's a lot of vagueness in the original A about what we're actually funding.
So I think what was on the table for this meeting was a replacement, which is the language that's in the deliberative. Kimberly, you just you said something in the chat or somewhere that said, well, I was actually thinking of in addition to. And that's the nuance that's on the table right now is.
Okay, I feel less bad. That is where I was
I
going.
know you're
I apologize.
So Kimberly, if I just want to come back to you and then I see JR and Kaylin, I want to get to their comments, but.
I actually think Marianne was on a different page. Marianne, I think you were on page
100% was, but then I went back to the original.
Oh, okay.
Still kind of here where they say outreach, communication, education, engagement. And
yeah.
a lot to fund before you know if somebody's going to do anything.
Yeah. Okay. We're still on data and tech. Yes, Kelly. Heather has a question. We're going to get to that in a moment. If you could hold off on the question of like, where do you deal with water rights that haven't been adjudicated? So I see that question and we'll get to it in a moment, Heather. So JR and Kaylin. Thanks, Heather.
Yeah, sorry I had to jump off for another meeting, but this is actually pretty important to us and we've got a lot of background in our basin from it. And I just want to highlight that I think social engagement without trusted data is very dangerous when it comes to water management. And we're a living example of that. We're still dealing with arguments over a trend data set that was developed with data from the 70s and 80s that now they're putting over the top of a 2022 land use map saying that it's current land use that's the cause of the problem. And if you don't understand the background and the fact that that trend map was never trusted to begin with, and then you go right into planning, you're revisiting, bad blood that's just going to come back to haunt the process. And you start out with no foundational element for planning. And so I think that this is a key piece to identifying if basins are ready to do planning. I agree with Marianne and Kimberly here that, and I agree with Tom, there's a ton of data out there, but is the data trusted? Is it peer reviewed? Is it understood by the basin or the region that's engaging or wants to engage in planning? Some of that is a social engagement exercise to understand readiness, but a lot of it is key to have a foundational element to plan around. And so if we're talking about readiness for planning, I think, again, this is kind of what I was getting at in terms of the petition or the application to commence planning. There's got to be this level of audit done up front, because if not, then Marianne's exactly right. The amount of drain on the resources, like we're doing here really with this group, to talk around elements that none of us really understand in each other's basins, it's just going to lead you down the wrong path, and you're constantly going to be arguing it out over bits and pieces of unagreed upon data. This is so key to planning that it needs to be very, very clear that one, if there's got to be an audit completed, and there has to be an establishment and a report around the trust, the peer-reviewed nature, the amount of folks that don't trust it, so that we all have an understanding going into the planning where those gaps are and where there is major issues within the planning element itself for a decision by the legislature to fund the planning or not, or you're just not, in my personal opinion, going to get there. I think this is the key component that needs a little bit more discussion personally around regional planning. So.
Okay. Kaylin?
I'll pile on and say it is extremely hard to move forward without good data, and that we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I was a late addition to the Mid-Coast place-based planning process, and still at the very end, we were trying to figure out the scope of water rights and in-stream water rights, and I think that led to a lot of frustration, a lot of lack, having to hurry up and then wait. Hearing from what, JR talking about the 70s and 80s trend maps for Umatilla, across the state, we're looking at basin reports that are 50, 60 years old at this point. And so I think having a statewide assessment by basin is foundational here. I also share that in just when Jennifer highlighted New Mexico's water data system, you land on that page and this says, we're embarking on this as a result of the Water Data Act. And I couldn't help but then click on what is the Water Data Act, and it's like a 3-page bill from 2020, and really just hones in on all of these same conversations that we're having. It's that 1-2 punch of getting a sense of what data do you have and what data do you need in order to have good management and good planning in the water space, and doing that on a basin by basin level. It seems that that we we've got the basic building blocks here, and it seems we're all in violent agreement on data being foundational. So that's where I think, previewing a little bit, that's that 1998 Stewardship and Supply Initiative goes to basin assessments and actually funding them for every basin in the state, and getting those across the line, which is, bigger than water budgets. Because if I recall, water budgets are limited to groundwater, but I can't remember at this point. Too many parallel processes going. That's it.
So Kaylin, would your recommendation for the implementing the 98 Stewardship and Supply, would that be like a more specific and detailed approach to what is loosely called situational assessments for basins in recommendation A? I just want to clarify with you and the group on that.
It would be actually putting in place the budget for the state to do that work, and it would be geared toward having a replicable assessment across basins, to give a sense of what is your current what's the current overall basin condition, and then what's the basin potential. I mean, the way that it was scoped in 1998, the idea was that these were going to be rapid and could be finished within a biennium. I think if we could do that, if we could conceive of doing that in 2000, we could, hopefully we've moved further along in automation and data availability to do an even better job in 2023 or 2025.
Okay. So again, I would just ask you to look at the potential replace recommendation A language and just see if you think these are the same, but the implementation of the Stewardship and Supply is a more specific kind of form of what would be a situational assessment. And I just want you to kind of like look at that real quick, and then we'll come back. Sean, April, sorry.
Robin, I guess I want to clarify. I think Kimberly had said it was intended to be an addition, and in the deliberative document it's phrased as a replacement. So I guess I'm confused now.
Well, and then there was the whole conversation that ensued with Marianne about real concerns of wrapping these all together, but that the premise of this particular recommendation is around doing a situational assessment. That's kind of the core of this recommendation as it sits right now. And we can deal with some of that other stuff in a moment, but that's the core of the question right now.
And I think that I'm trying to understand the question you're asking, which is the basin assessment different than the situational assessment?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Is it like two separate recommendations, or would they potentially be kind of a merged idea here?
I think they could potentially merge, but I think it is a broader recommendation, in that my sense is that the situational assessment is kind of ad hoc, but I might be misinterpreting that. I mean, would it be a situational assessment for every basin in the state? Or would it just be for a group that's interested in potentially doing place-based planning? That's where I'm confused.
Okay, what was the intent, Kimberly and Marianne, from your perspective?
I think I was recommending for the entire state, but I think what I heard, and I don't want to speak for Marianne, is that, it's okay.
Yeah, I think that was what I was saying, that situational assessment data collection piece was the one piece I could see wanting to do up front for the whole state. Everything else seems like it should be a little more basin specific, and only for basins that are really going to do this work.
Like building the website and doing the other assistance.
Yeah. Or just like it, I mean, back to the real recommendation A as it's framed: resources for outreach, communication, education, engagement, and capacity building. Like that kind of stuff seems like it should all be after you're committed to doing place-based planning.
Okay. Chandra and April.
Yeah, thanks. So, generally speaking, I like the idea of the situational assessment as well. I guess just from a state agency resource perspective, in thinking through the way the place-based plans have gone to date, there has been at various times, getting to the trust issue, some conversation about the adequacy of the data and or the analysis that agencies have brought forward from that data, because clearly a lot of what we want is not necessarily the data, right? It's the reading into that, it's the conclusions that we're getting, and sometimes it's the subsequent analysis of it, which I think agencies have been called on to do for certain components. And so I just want to make sure that we have a lot of clarity around the standards that we're looking for, right, to build acceptance of the information that's being generated or communicated, such that we're not actually spending a lot of time creating something that at the end of the day, that the groups don't want to work with, because that's a waste of everybody's time. And so I just want that out there. And if there's principles we can think about that would help encourage the right sort of information. And then if we can also think about the state agency role in creating the deliverables that we're actually trying to use the data for, that would be helpful for us as well too, because again, we want this information to be useful in actually answering the questions that folks have. And so I'm still trying to grapple with what folks think agencies' roles are with some of that. So that's more the analysis piece of the data. And it's just a flag for later conversation, in that we would really like folks to accept the information that we're generating. And so if there's ways we can think about how to get to that outcome, we would really appreciate that piece of the conversation. And that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Chandra. April.
Thanks. So I am going to try and capture several thoughts that I've had that include some of the comments that were just made, and then would hope that we can move forward, because I'm a little concerned that we're not going to get to the community engagement piece where we shoved a lot of things over, as well as some other progress. So on the data and technical assistance, I do think this is one of the lesser of the list of things that there might be controversy or disagreement about, absent the long conversation we just had. But I think what's key is that, well, data is important across a broad spectrum when it comes to water, and is important to a variety of agencies. Those of you who actively lobby, as I do, am wholly aware that that area has been underfunded in just about every area that you can think of. And outside of anything we do as this work group, or outside of any legislative concept or funding that may be specific to regional planning, absent there being specific legislation, which we are not talking about today, that would allow funding for agencies to do X, Y, and Z related to data, all of that I would say is outside of our charge as a work group. And I'm trying to, again, condense what otherwise are some complicated thoughts. So I think what I would like to hope that one of the things that comes out of this effort is that we have a list of recommendations or things that this work group has agreed on that's specific to regional planning. One of those things should be, based on the conversations we've had, is showing strong support for the need for additional data across the agencies that have been referenced. I really appreciated getting the update from Jennifer, and look forward to having more conversations about that. I didn't ask any questions on that, because to me, the questions I have is more specific to how that effort is proceeding as a whole, which was funded separately from this and will move forward separate from this. So I think I agree with the comments that have been made as far as good data being foundational to planning efforts and being really important, not only to have the data, but then the analysis that's needed. But I would offer that maybe there's some layers there, and there's some things, again, that we can do as a work group, which, for example, that analysis component is something I think that we would want to advocate for in certain scenarios where, in order for an effort to move forward, it's going to need to have that additional level of analysis that we don't even have the data for most of these things, let alone the analysis. It's a little bit of a jump to start working on how we may envision whatever this DEQ thing is going to result in. And I don't mean to be flipping that. I just am trying to use fewer words. because we don't know what's going to happen with that. We don't know what's going to happen in the next legislative budget cycle, what things get funded. We only have control over what we would want to be part of regional planning as something that would be helpful. And so I guess one of my points is that we can advocate for more data, but to make that more data a requirement or something that then becomes something you have to have as part of this regional planning effort, that's assuming that these other things are going to happen and be successful. And so I would ask, at least my perspective is that while data is important, and I think agencies need to be part of the table, we need to recognize that we're trying to fix a decades old lack of investment in water data. That's happening outside of this process, and we shouldn't be trying to shoehorn questions around that into this. Secondly, as much as I want to support additional data, how that data is used. And for example, we were talking about water budgets and the need for additional water data, and all of a sudden OpenET was going to be used for enforcement. That's not something that's going to go over very well with a lot of water user folks. And to Chandra's point about having trust in the data that's received, that requires a lot of outreach, a lot of conversations. What sort of data are we using? Is the data itself reliable before the analysis is made? But all of that to me is a wholly separate conversation that I would encourage those of you who aren't interested in that to join up in that conversation and engage with DEQ and the other agencies as they go about doing this water portal effort. Sorry, that was a bit of a tongue twister. So again, I have some questions and concerns, but they're really not appropriate, I think, for this space, and hope that we can move forward. Thanks.
Okay, well, why don't we test that out, April? You're thinking that there's maybe not so much controversy with this, but we need to just check that this is a high priority. And secondly, I guess what I'm hearing in your comments are, let's be careful about what we're asking to prioritize for funding. If there are bigger kind of concerns around data collection that are broader than place-based, should we be focusing really exclusively on how we want to have, what recommendations you have around place-based planning? Okay, so I'm going to just go through this. Recommendation A, Marianne and Kimberly are continuing to have an exchange. It sounds like there's some now agreement that it would be an add-on to not a replacement. So if I were to rewrite this or add back in the original, it's around a commitment. The state has to commit to collecting, processing, interpreting, and distributing water data for effective water planning in Oregon. I think that's what the original placeholder was. There was a nod to the work group discussing the need for an inventory of available water data and data gaps and prioritizing water data needs. So in addition to that would be this add-on, which is the legislature should fund situational assessments for basins across the state to help regions understand basic need and basic data and data gaps in each place. So just a early check on this on 1 to 2 scale in the chat. Where are people landing with this as a potential recommendation to move forward, given all the conversation that you've had today and in previous calls? Okay. Ones and twos so far. If anybody else wants to weigh in on the numbers, do that. I'm going to bounce us to the next one, which is recommendation B. And that's around a specific for funding the appropriate level of agency staff that's needed for place-based planning, next gen, to do interagency data collection, analysis, and technical support, as well as coordinated work planning and budgeting to ensure robust participation from these interagency teams on place-based planning. So this is more about funding the staff needed to participate fully as technical supports and gatherers for place-based planning and participating in the endeavor. So I'm just going to do another check on this, 1 through 5. And if folks feel like you need more conversation, you can flag that too. Okay, I see you, Marianne. I'll let the other numbers come in real quick. Before she even has a chance to say the comment, Jeff is in alignment. I appreciate your transparency, Jeff.
I think it's because he's seen my comments on the document.
Okay.
It's the one I put in the document, so it's not clairvoyance.
All right, so what's the concern you want to flag, Marianne?
The concern I want to flag is just, I'm trying to think of the right way to frame this, because I think it really depends on the people you have at the table, but I think it's an agency training issue. And I think it just needs to have a high level of agency training about what it means to be there for data analysis and technical support. And yes, you know, obviously they're a participant, but I've seen a couple processes where the state person kind of comes in with an agenda or an end thing they want in mind, and then their recommendations are all kind of heading toward that thing that they want to accomplish. And so I think to me, it's I support this, but with the right training of the staff to make sure that they're really there to support what the community and the participants in the group want, as opposed to be a driver of where the outcome should be, I guess is the right way to say that. And I flagged that probably somewhat inartfully in my written comments.
Some others are agreeing. Peggy?
So I agree that the state ought not to come with a pre-planned agenda. On the other hand, I think it's an interpretation. It can be an interpretation issue. They need to have the information and to be able to share what the statewide issues are so that the local planning effort can move forward. So I guess I'm having a hard time not having experienced the issues that Marianne is talking about.
Kimberly?
I'm not sure if this is at odds with what Marianne is saying, so maybe we just need to chat a little more. But I guess my perspective is that the state agencies are there representing sort of the broader public in whichever mission they have, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, DEQ, ODA. And so they do need from our perspective, they need the ability to participate as agencies representing the public. So it's not, certainly they're at the table to listen and collaborate with the local community, but it's not just what the community wants. There might be something that is needed, you know, say for instance, fish and wildlife flows. You know, we need the agency there to determine what fish and wildlife need, regardless of what the locals might want. Does that make sense? In other words, like, I don't know, Chandra, you can, her hand goes up, maybe I'm not being very articulate here, but we would advocate for state agencies having a role to advocate for their mission.
Go ahead, Chandra.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I guess I just caution in the agencies do have our missions that we need to fulfill, and we have certain technical deliverables I think that we could provide support with, but it is, separate than having like a technical consultant, I think, where you script exactly what it is you'd like to see from them. So I think maybe setting up a process where the agencies are involved with the groups in crafting the scope of the question that we're trying to answer, and maybe having some conversations around the analysis that'll be used, to answer questions and get feedback. But at the end of the day, if the agencies are undertaking a technical analysis, I think they need to have some discretion to do that in the manner that they think represents the best available science too. So there's a little bit of a balance that has to be struck when I think the agencies are taking on technical support. And we do need some more definition, I think, in what that means exactly.
Okay, Oriana. Go ahead, Ariana. Okay, Marianne.
Yeah, I just as a clerk, because this is why this comment is so hard, as so much as it is about the people, but to me it was more about, I think, agency training, and I think it can be in line with what Chandra and Kimberly said. I certainly think they should be speaking in line with their mission and what they think the best available science is. But I think it's a little, I've absolutely been in meetings where the agency person came in and dominated the conversation. Some of what they were saying wasn't in line with official agency position or mission, just was kind of off script. And I think for me, how broadly this was written for like agencies should do all of these things. I want to make sure that they're supplying people that are aware of the mission, aware of the best, and aware of their role where, yes, you should flag it if you see people heading down a path that the agency is never that's going to cause that agency to make a recommendation not to support this plan. But if it's like, you would have seen A, you would have gone with A, but B will probably be something the agency is okay with, consistent with science, et cetera. It's just not what you personally would have done. I think they need to be instructed to kind of sit back and let that happen. Because, it's not going to cause them to, for example, recommend not approving the plan. I also know, and I know others can speak to this, I think in a few instances, there was also times where they got to the end and, different agency people were reviewing it and flagged things that the person at the table hadn't brought up. And I think that's also really frustrating. And so I guess for me, this seems to be, I know it's just in the technical, but that B and C seem to be kind of a little more like the whole, like the state has this capacity to support their people participating in this really robust way. And so it was where I wanted to flag that, like, yes, robust participation is good, but with some sideboards and some really clear direction from the top about what their role is and what it isn't. And I don't know how we capture that, Robin, in like short recommendations like this. I just felt like I should get it on the record.
Yeah. Are there other comments that get us to a refinement of either B or C before we move on? Because I am mindful that we want to get to the next segment. So Peggy, Oriana, and Kelly have their hands up.
So I just want to mention that currently only some of the agencies have regional staff, and most of those agency staff people are related to the regional solutions teams, whose first focus is on economic development. And so as we're having this conversation, I'd love to have more staff, and I'd love to have more staff that actually works on focuses on place-based planning and the agency's mission related to place-based planning. I'm not sure that we can get there, but I just want to make sure that people understand that currently the current staff that has helped these pilots were had multiple responsibilities, and that made it hard for them to actually get the work done that place-based planning people wanted.
All right, Kelly and Oriana.
Hey, I just, and just to be clear, we haven't talked about this stronger prescription to be yet, right?
We have not.
Okay, good. Yeah, sorry. No, I find it like fascinating just listening to this conversation of just like the way that we all enter into like what this feels like, and skepticism and and like on guard for several of these things, because I feel like this recommendation about agency, it's like some folks have, a way, or they've had experience with agencies where it's come across differently, or maybe not in the way they think they should show up. But that is true of anyone who sits at the table, really. I mean, so I just feel like, if you want to refine it anymore, possibly just put a sentence in about, the representative will stick within mission, or those kind of things. But otherwise, to me, like, this seems really straightforward. It's like, you're going to show up, you're going to provide this data, you're going to provide support. You can't really control like everybody if they've got an agenda. And really, this would go for all state staff, all stakeholders everywhere. You should live within your agenda, you should live within your mission, those kind of things. But so I just don't know. I get a little wound up in like how we're just trying to like wordsmith the heck out of this thing until it can like capture every, skeptical moment. I don't know. That's not a lot, but I think it's fine the way it is personally. If you want to add something about sideboards of staying in mission focus, I think that's fine too.
We could add that nuance, Marianne, if you wanted to put some kind of, within mission or, some sideboards around that. Would that get you to a better than 4 on this?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Okay. Oriana?
It's on C the best, probably.
On C. Okay.
Yeah, I think that mission articulation is helpful. And I think like there's like, maybe if this is getting too wordsmithy, apologies, in addition to not just that they should stay within that mission, but that they should communicate to the planning process kind of what those bounds are. Because certainly in the community I live in Eastern Oregon, there's often a perception of state agencies, I think as I named earlier, as not necessarily neutral entities. And there's not always understanding about what state agencies do and do not do. In particular, where fear kind of creeps in terms of where a state agency may have felt like it overreached before. So we can't control for that, I think, as Kelly named, but making sure that a state agency knows its role, but then also like transparently communicates that role is really important. And I think something else that listening to this conversation, we feel like it's missing a little bit here is like kind of the two-way flow of information. That as it's designed right now, the state is like the technical resource, it's the provider of data that's kind of coming from one direction, but that local or community vetting of data can be really valuable as well. In particular, as Peggy named, that a lot of state agencies don't necessarily have a regional or local person who understands the community. And I'll share a brief anecdote, and I promise it's very brief, of an example of like where local data and qualitative data can be really valuable. A hydrologist friend of mine was checking a stream gauge, and the historical data showed that there had been like a 1 or 2 year period where it seemed like there was a drought. And she was asking a farmer about that. And he said, oh yeah, there was a beaver dam that was built there, and that led to less stream flow. And so that's an example of, you could look at that data from far away and make an assumption about what happened, but actually checking in with someone who's local and in the community might provide more narrative around what that means and what was happening. And it's easy to make assumptions from afar. So I think like if there's language that can be used to just kind of show that clear two-way communication between state agencies and communities is important. And trying to communicate also that like some of the assumptions will be checked. It's not just staying in the mission, but that flow of information is really valuable to helping create the right sideboards on the conversation.
Yeah, and I think your others have raised this potential, another recommendation around data. This is all geared toward what would be funded. It'd be funding to do these basin or situational assessments. It'd be funding the appropriate level of staff to participate and engage in the roles that they're supposed to be in. And then it'd be funding to provide support to planning groups that are tailored to fill data gaps. So it's actually the data gathering piece. But I also heard this idea of having the real need to build trust between communities and states around information. And so I hear Oriana raise that, JR, Dan, Tom. I think Peggy may have said something in there, at least did a big vigorous nod on that, and Chandra. So I just wonder if you all can maybe think about what could be a nuanced recommendation in this section that speaks to that particular kind of engaging with each other, building trust around the information. It might be something that you'd want to add on to recommendation C, which is basically about providing the necessary resource to do the data gathering and fill the gaps. So I'm just going to flag that as a potential for you all to be working on. I've taken the comment from Marianne around her number 4 on recommendation B. I want to move us on, but I do want to just do a quick 1 through 5 check. There is a nuance to recommendation B, which is a stronger prescription, which is if the legislature does not fund agencies to develop or provide data and or sit at the table as participants, then place-based planning would not commence. So that's a strong prescribed kind of required participation of the state. I think it's, you know, a little bit similar to what we were talking about earlier, but I just 1 through 5, and then we're going to move on to the community engagement section. Just to give a read on this one. We got in the chat, please. Yeah, thanks. And I want to just also acknowledge April's comment. There's a discussion. This is again about topic kind of broader than regional planning with regards to budget needs for interagency coordination. So funding to support agency participation in regional planning should be a specific recommendation, but should not be a requirement since such funding and agency capacity does not exist today. So it's less the required and more the, we would recommend strongly that this be a priority for funding. And then on the prescribed other piece, we've got kind of a range, 5s, 4s, a couple 3s, a couple 2s, more than a couple 2s, 3-ish, 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. I'm going to guess that this is again around the prescription, this prescription language that is troubling to people, and more clarity perhaps. So I'm going to offer whoever put that idea forward, if you want to think about refining it, Kimberly, and then we're going to go move on to community engagement section. Go ahead.
Just really quick, I totally get what people on the prescription, I understand that. I just put that in there because some state DEQ, WRD, ODA got funding to participate in place-based planning, and it took, I think, like 4 sessions to get funding for ODF and W. And I recognize, I think all agencies need to be at the table. And the reason I suggested a prescription was because place-based planning is popular in the legislature. But if they're not going to fund it seemed like a way to influence the budget discussion, but I can think about changing that.
Okay. And then Kaylin, are you good with the recommendation A? Do you want the group to weigh in on prescribing the implementation of the basin assessments?
I think provided that we're looking, I mean, I want to use the word, like, make sure I understand the word statewide, because we've talked about, I think, doing a statewide assessment of water data, like where we are. And I think if that is envisioned to be on a basin by basin level, then I think that encompasses the recommendation here. I'm not sure if that's an accurate restatement of what's been discussed today.
Okay. All right, we'll flag it for the next conversation around on this. Nikki, did you have burning comment around this section before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like we're, arguing over words, and these groups are all going to have different data needs. It seems like a better approach might be that there's a funding mechanism together, available, but then a place-based planning group has to put a plan together and request the funding. I don't know where that would go, but it just seems like we're kind of arguing about things that might not be an issue in every basin. Some may need detailed assessments, some may have a lot of data already available. But it does seem people definitely want some data. It's just, it might be something, to Jeff's point, we have to be flexible on and tailor it to the basin. And so I think the funding is an issue, but it's just, we're kind of arguing on the specifics that might be about one issue and not the whole state. So I just wanted to put that idea out there.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to the community engagement section and use the rest of the time for this. I just want to quickly have Jenna maybe track if there are members of the public who had intended to provide comment today, if you could use whatever mechanism we're using, Jenna, I think it's using the chat to communicate that. So we're aware of if there are folks from the public that want to get into the comment window today. And meanwhile, we'll move to community engagement. So let's call forward our community engagement task group. I want you to bring yourselves forward. So who of you was planning to be a spokesperson today? Or would you like to all tag team? So Peggy, Oriana, April, who else is on the group? Looking through my list. Raise your hand if you're on the group. Yeah. Kristen, right? Kristen. Adam, were you part of this? Yeah, Adam's part of the group. All right, so who wants to roll this one out?
I did it last time.
You did do it last time. All right, let's just get into, so there's sections that this group developed. There's a kind of guidepost, sort of best or principles and best practices that I'll just say it for the group. You all worked on those and massaged those and actually I think reached some pretty strong like agreements with each other about the framing of those. You also wanted to be careful not to pose these as recommendations just yet, but you wanted the group to be able to see them and weigh in on them. There was in those conversations a discussion that was basically just a brainstorming list of what could be some requirements for state support in the realm of community engagement. And that's where the group came up with literally just a brainstorm list. They didn't want to say that they feel strongly in support of or against any of these items, but it was the list that was generated amongst that group. So that's what we had WRD put into the straw, which is what should be the state's kind of requirements or roles or responsibilities with regard to community engagement. In response to that, there were some questions of who is intended to take these actions. Is this meant to be, because there's one right out the gate that's it should be funded. Is this meant to be a recommendation to establish a separate fund, or is this sort of included within place-based planning funding? Is that the presumption that we're working with? So again, I want to invite the task group members who worked on this to come forward and speak to what you've developed and what really the feedback you'd like from the group today. Go ahead, Oriana.
Yeah, I think as a member of that group, it would be really helpful for me to hear from folks today about like what the right balance of information is, not being prescriptive, but also identifying like what are the key elements that folks would want named in this document, and what's kind of like the right level of detail to help provide guidance, knowing that community engagement can be complicated and sometimes costly and difficult to do, and that there's not always training and support for people involved in different processes on how to do that, versus like laying out things that make it feel like there's too much detail and it makes the process feel unwieldy or complicated. So in summary, just kind of like what the right level of detail is in this space. Like, what are the things? Are these the right things to be named, or are there pieces that are missing?
All right, thanks. Jeff?
Yeah, I'll jump on that, Oriana. I think it's really hard. You could get prescriptive quite quickly on stuff like this. So maybe there is a checkoff list of elements that would be helpful. That way each community, which may have varying degrees of sophistication, can still feel like that's not a barrier. And then it's something that can be teased out by staff if there needs to be follow-up, or if you remember in, I think the big meeting we had in Bend, well, I recall that, that might be a great way for the state to figure out who needs technical expertise, and maybe that can be kind of a soft launch for them to be able to figure out what will be necessary to complete the action. So that on stuff that's really technically hard on the nursery side, we try to do that checklist and then give them resources in which to try to accomplish it. So hopefully that's helpful.
Kelly? Thanks, Jeff.
Sorry, two screens. I was just wondering, it feels like when we're looking at this clarification on recommendation A, I know this is like nuts and bolts, but that actually seems like a really perfect place where like other grant funds come into place versus including this like an all-inclusive fund that does everything. OWEB has those stakeholder engagement grants that are, underutilized in a lot of places. There's several other agencies too that do have these sort of community outreach, stakeholder engaging processes that you could kickstart, this sort of community engagement piece to come around. I mean, and I would think that would be really well looked upon as far as funding that, knowing that you are maybe going into a place-based planning, process moving forward too. So just an idea of, I don't think it should necessarily be all inclusive in this, I guess.
Can you clarify, Kelly, just like as you're reading this, are you suggesting that you would actually reframe this to say something about accessing funds already existing? Or are you talking about creating a distinct fund for place-based planning, community engagement?
I mean, I don't know. I think I would just say utilize existing programs, honestly. I mean, ODA just put out a whole bunch of money too for stakeholder engagement, community outreach, those kind of things too. So I do feel like I know there's a lot of money rolling around right now, but it's not to say that it won't continue to roll around. So I think there are pots of money already available and likely will be moving forward to participate in these stakeholder engagement, education, capacity building processes.
Okay, thanks. Mary Ann and then April.
Yeah, and I'm not actually, I just want to get this out there because I think it's captured in some pieces, but maybe not as strongly as I guess I would want. One of the biggest pieces, so I didn't engage myself in any of the place-based planning processes. I had members that engaged heavily in 3 of the 4. And the biggest piece of feedback I got from my members is, I don't if they had me do it, they're like, I don't get paid to do this. And at the end, it became just such a time commitment that they were like, I can't make all of these meetings. Some of them fell off halfway through. Some of them kind of came in and out, like they were out for the entirety of the summer and then they'd tap back in the fall. And I think the recommendations has some things that kind of get at that piece around having like a common point person where if you've missed a bunch of meetings, you can like make sure you get up to speed and that kind of thing. But I guess to some extent, almost explicitly, I do think there is, and I think again, different things have gotten around it. I think there's a difference in ability to heavily participate between people who this is part of like their core job function and people who are interested members of the community, public, whether they're, regardless of what side of kind of the stakeholder interest they fall on. And I think, again, that for a lot of people that are going to have some ability to come in and out, making sure that they are aware, A, of when a conversation will happen that might affect their interests or the things they're kind of, core concerned about, and B, having somebody that they have a relationship with that can kind of bring them up to speed and make sure that they can kind of come in and out of the process as time allows. And again, I think there were elements of that in the engagement guide, and I really appreciated that. But it was the biggest piece of feedback I got was like, I had no idea what I was signing up for when I signed up for it. And I did not have the time and capacity to see it through. Or like I'm still trying, but I'm coming in and out of it. And I haven't made the last 3 meetings and I can't really tell you where things are right now. So I don't know how we get at that, but it was, I mean, I think it will be common in other members of the community, but it was universally the experience of the farmers that participated across all of the groups. And like one of my members was initially on a steering committee for the Mid-Coast and then was like, I don't have the capacity for this. Like, I'm going to have to pull out of it. So I don't know. I mean, on some level globally, I almost wish there was some way to say, like, make sure it's an actual, like it's a justifiable time commitment. But I don't know. I mean, I think they were as long as they needed to be. And so I don't know how you get at it, but I just wanted to flag it. And again, I see elements of it in the draft recommendations from the subgroup. I think less of it in the recommendations from the kind of preliminary consensus check, but I don't know how we get at it, but I do think there's just going to be a fundamental difference in ability to participate between people who their part of their job is to be there and they're effectively paid for it, and people who are, you know, volunteering time and again, hopefully none of them are as long as the initial ones were heading forward. And I said, Peggy, I appreciate that I am a paid person in this group to be here, but for my members that were participating in the local groups, it was just the number one piece of feedback they had when I asked them what they wanted me to carry forward here.
Great. Thanks, April and Oriana.
Oops, hit the wrong button. I really appreciated being able to participate in the community engagement task force. I did miss one meeting, but I do think that it was something where we had a specific charge and I enjoyed the conversations, and particularly the community engagement guide, I think reflects the robust discussions that we had. I don't necessarily see those matching up with the recommendations that are in the straw man and a 1-to-1. But I think, so a few thoughts is when we get to the subsequent sections on the pathway and process, there are several recommendations there that I think do match up with some of the same conversations that were had in community engagement. But dovetailing with the previous comments is there's a difference between funding to support a professional facilitator that can help keep the effort going and do all those things that facilitators are helpful with. There's a difference in funding the agencies so that they can participate aside from the data issue. And then there's that third aspect that Mary Ann mentioned that I think applies to all types of communities, just in different sorts of contexts of can a person who cares about this actually be able to participate? And is there some sort of funding that could help support that level? I'm not endorsing any of those things. I'm just simply trying to parse those things out a little bit. But I think for a state supported regional planning model, and it's in here several times, clearly there's a need for that professional facilitation component and agency participation that we've talked about. But, you know, is there a way to either recommend creating a new fund or some sort of person that would help coordinate existing funding that's available through OWEB or ODA, like Kelly mentioned, that would help communities when they're trying to go down this path, try and figure out how they're going to pay for that person to even help them write the application for the program? Because I think that's one of the things that comes up, and I don't want to go down the pre-planning road or any of that kind of stuff, but that there's some different pieces there, I think, when it comes to community engagement, that the funding aspect needs to be fleshed out a little bit more, I'd say. But beyond that, I would really like people's feedback, as Oriana indicated, you know, that we've got this community engagement guide, you know, what's missing? Do you see your interests represented in that? Do you feel that there's something that's been missed? Because I actually think in reading this, and I didn't write it, so I'm not claiming pride over my own authorship, but I actually think there's some good stuff in here that applies to some of the other conversations we've had, as far as, you know, balanced set of interest and who's at the table. And regardless, to me, regardless of what community you identify or are representing, you should feel that that interest is going to be able to participate, engage, and be able to get the information. And if not, what way do we need to get that information out, or what approaches need to be there? And I think there's the other elements, and other folks had mentioned these as well, is being able to have that two-way feedback loop and an ongoing feedback loop. And something I think that's an important crux of any planning effort is that it's not a one and done type thing. The feedback should be ongoing from beginning to start and afterwards, but also the outreach should be that way as well. And if someone doesn't have the time or capacity to participate as an active person in the planning effort, they should still feel like they're able to get the information and be able to weigh in when things do come up. So it was a little long-winded, but I think, again, I really appreciate people's feedback on if they do feel like there's something that's missing or a constituency that has been not accurately included. And then I think the last part is there is one component of this that is evolving separate from our process. There's probably more, but just one that I don't think was highlighted, that there's existing work going around the environmental justice communities and kind of the definitions around that. I'm learning more about that, and I think we all are, and that'll be something that presumably would get updated as those efforts proceed.
Okay. So Oriana, just as a member of the group, do you want me to pause and ask folks to respond to April's question, or do you want to jump in the queue here? She kind of asked a big question out to the group of, are we getting?
Yeah, I think that'd be great to hear from folks. And then I had raised my hand because I was weaving together some of the suggestions people were making into possible ways to kind of integrate into the community engagement group work. So I'll hold until we get a little more feedback.
Awesome, thanks. Okay, so Nikki and others that aren't on the group, but want to respond to April's question of, are we missing anything? Is this speaking to you and resonating in terms of support that's needed for important, meaningful engagement in this work? And then there was kind of that outstanding one about level of detail. Is this the right level of detail in terms of guidance? So Nikki and others that want to weigh in on that question.
Okay, I think that's sort of why I was going to make a comment. So I think I could just do both, but I think you have to decide what level of public participation you're going to do for community engagement. I'll post something in the chat. We do cities and other local governments do a lot of community engagement. And so you really have to decide, the IAP2 spectrum of public participation is a really good one to look at. Like, are we informing the general public, consulting, involving, collaborating, and empowering? I think this is kind of a mixed bag because everybody around this table is representing one group or government or portion of the public. And you can't really open a table to everybody. So I think doing maybe an inform and consult, because the people around this table are members of the public. So you want to tell, like, whether WRD or somebody makes a website and you provide public comment when a plan is finalized or input throughout, I think is probably a more productive community engagement model. But that means you did a good job on making sure the different stakeholder interests are also already around the table. But the level of effort and money you're going to spend, you got to really decide what you're trying to get out of the public, and to maintain public trust. You don't want it like you're telling them they're making the decision if they're not actually the ones making a decision. Like if there's a regulatory issue that ODFW or somebody has to deal with and you put it out to the public, but it's not really, they don't really oversee those laws or rules. That's why it's really important to make a decision on which level, like what level of community engagement are we really talking about?
So I'm just gonna sort of walk through these, and then I think maybe capping this off with some of the thoughts, Oriana, you've got around weaving these comments together. But currently, and again, this is a brainstorm list. One is around establishing a specific fund or funding for this work. There's some nuance that people have brought to the table today about, should we just say tap into, provide the resources necessary for coordinating the resources needed. So that one probably needs some work. The next is around should there be established clear set of standards for engagement that's tied to accessing state funding for place-based planning next gen. And that would be sort of be included in that a reporting and accountability mechanism. Should there be a best practice guide, which is really what this group, the task group, has initiated as a sort of guidelines and best practices? And if so, should this be offered as a guide to all place-based planning groups to assist them in developing their own set of engagement around the effort? Should there be required staff support to regional groups for doing trust building, closing gaps on information monitoring and legal guidance? Engagement and communication focused training for state agency staff who are charged with interacting with regional planning groups that is formed or is active. And then developing an educational focused document or handout that allows regional planning groups kind of a tailored piece of information for their issues to be addressed in the planning area. So this is really on the realm of like educating groups as opposed to like the other types of engagement. And then the G and H were communicating clearly the boundaries and the scope of community input for a planning exercise. I think that's in a lot of ways what Nikki was just talking about, which is you set kind of what are the parameters around your engagement effort, because as we know, there's several layers and levels to that. And so making that really clear, and then acknowledging that there are different tribe capacities and providing support for meaningful engagement with regional planning efforts. So really specifically tied to tribal engagement. And within the guide, there is a list of sort of guidelines and best practices around tribal engagement. And I'll just flag that we did do a round of review amongst those of you who are serving in the tribal perspective or tribal member representation on this work group. We got some really very helpful feedback on the framing around that. So I just want to acknowledge the folks that did provide that really important feedback on that piece. So go ahead, Ariana.
Yeah, really just want to appreciate the thoughtful discussion and suggestions from folks. A few things in the notes that I took. To Mary Ann's comment, and I think this might fit into, whoops, I just turned off my camera, into maybe recommendation, I think it's F and G, and speaks to Nikki's comment as well, which is like there are different levels of engagement in a process. And when we do community engagement, sometimes we have like a central steering committee, then we have like a broader advisory group, and then we have like, you know, everyone else who gets engaged in the event. Like it can be really helpful sometimes to outline like, what are the kind of ways to be engaged? Like what's like I don't want to call it a job description, but a sense of like, if you're like the most involved and you're, to Mary Ann's point, a staff person who's paid to be there, like, here are some of the ways to engage and maybe even some of the expectations for how you're part of the process. If you are a community member who receives a stipend to participate that helps build your capacity to be at the table, here's what that means. If you're just someone at large, here's what that means, or what does it mean to be someone who's on the listserv? And I think a part of communicating that is identifying inflection points. Like where at those different levels can you influence the process? Because sometimes when you have different levels of engagement, whether they're really formalized or just what naturally occurs in a lot of spaces, it can lead to certain people having more influence and power in the process who aren't always the people who are intended to be centered in the conversation. Or a lot of times in spaces that we've been involved in, there's like a central like technical advisory group and then a community group where like the BIPOC or low income or rural organizations sit. And that sometimes feels a little bit like a kid's table because the central decisions aren't made. So people often need to know like what my level of involvement means and where can I help influence decision points. And I think you get at that a little bit with G and those clear boundaries, but that might be able to be built out a little bit more. And then to April's comment, and I think Kelly's about the funding opportunities, the Oregon Department of Energy is moving an LC for next session related to creating a navigator who will help communities develop energy projects and navigate a really big grant pot of money that ODO has. It might be valuable for this recommendation to suggest that there is a navigator at the state level who can help different entities engaged in the place-based planning process to access funding and identify where those sources are, because there's not often a consolidated place to know, like I can ask ODA for this money and OWEB for that money, or there are, private foundations who might support this work. It can be really hard for a community to identify like where the resources come from if they're not directly tied to a process. And so having a person who can help navigate that funding, but then also maybe just navigate some of the process design and challenges that can go from like the basic building blocks or the checklist that Jeff was speaking to something that's like really using the guide and building it out, because every process is going to be different. I think it's Commissioner Beveridge who kind of named different communities have different stakeholders at the table who have different needs and ways that they want to be engaged. So it's not good to be prescriptive, but having like those centralized, like kind of cornerstone resources is I think where the state can be most helpful, is rather than setting like really strong standards in the work that prevent people from moving forward, really providing resources that can help resource the process, help design the process, and help navigate some of the challenges that come up along the way.
Thanks. So it sounds like maybe taking some of these comments back to the task group and seeing if we could do some refinement around some of these elements. I did want to circle back. Heather, you had a question about how you deal with, how do place-based planning deal with adjudicated or yet decided adjudicated. I'm trying to go back to your question. Do you want to come forward and ask that and see if and where there are places that this piece gets acknowledged? Are you still with us? Actually, do I see you? Yeah, you're still there. Are you with us, Heather? Okay, I'm gonna go try and find her comment.
So there is a basic question that in some cases, in some basins, there's not a clear final delineation as to whose property, whose water rights are and what date those water rights exist for. I think that was basically what her question was. And so what do we do about that? And I guess I would ask Tom to perhaps provide some sort of an answer.
I wish I had a good answer for you all on that. The fact of the matter is, well, there's two things to be consider here. Not all of the basins have been adjudicated with respect to surface water. Much of the state has, but there are still some remaining areas that have not had surface water adjudication. And none of the state has been adjudicated for groundwater. These are very specific administrative and judicial processes that have their own processes. And if the Klamath Basin is any indication, and I hope it's not, it can take decades to resolve. And so we clearly can't wait for that to happen, but I don't think there's a way to short circuit that deliberation and that process. So it is what's important for communities to understand is that that's a gap, and it may not be a meaningful gap in some parts of the state. It may raise a lot of really big questions in others, but I think being aware of that and working with that within that level of uncertainty is something to be aware of. Now, all that said, it's in the realm of the possible that some of those issues could be negotiated, but I really think that would be very difficult. That's not a planning process. That's a negotiation and a settlement process, which I think are very separate. and distinct in the level of detail and the issues that you're wrestling with.
But we could still go forward with some place-based planning efforts and find some answers to some issues around water while recognizing that's a gap.
Right. So what we do know is we do know what claims have been made for surface water. We know what claims have been made for groundwater. So you can kind of set those aside. Those still need to be trued up administratively and judicially in terms of what's valid and what's not. But at least you, as a starting point, you kind of know what's what that amount of water is. And if you assume, you could always assume for planning purposes that that water is kind of off limits in terms of future planning efforts.
Okay, we're hitting the 11th hour of our meeting time today. So we're going to wrap at this point and not go any further with the substance. Just a couple of notes as we're wrapping up. We didn't get any takers for public comment. I'll double check that with Jenna at this moment. Okay, I'm gonna assume no. She had sent me a chat earlier that was, we haven't had any folks. So hold on one second, April. I just wanna, just to tee up for what's next. We will take the inputs from today from the areas where there was pretty clear signals of alignment and where there was pretty clear signals of not alignment, and some assignments out to folks if you want to offer some refinements for the group to consider in a next iteration. So we'll take all of that and incorporate it into the next draft. It'll be version 2 of the straw proposal. The other thing we'll be incorporating in are comments that came in on the first draft that we assumed are kind of, you know, friendly amendments as opposed to big controversial pieces that the whole group needs to wrestle with. So we'll be incorporating those in and showing sort of clearly the through line of where the comment came from and why, you know, where it's going in. So you'll see that it's going to get a little bit messy, but that's what you're going to see. And then we'll send that out to you all for another review with another kind of opportunity for a response via the sort of worksheet format that we've offered the first round. That will be shared with you by September 20th. And then we have a meeting scheduled 2 weeks later. And so we'll be asking again for a review, give us feedback, and we'll set the deliberative agenda. Obviously, we didn't get to any of the process and pathways ideas today, nor the funding and sustaining. And so what we'll do is start there, move forward from there, and circle back around to the items that showed up in previous. I had also mentioned that there were a small group of folks, small but mighty, I will say, who raised some questions and concerns about these sort of guiding principles that show up in the framing part of the document. We're going to work with that group to see if there's any sort of alignment from their perspective on how to deal with those, if there are particular issues to bring forward, or if there's a different way for us to capture some of that foundational stuff that doesn't feel like, well, we didn't have a chance to actually go deep into deliberations on this. So it's on the list of things to do, and we will make sure we communicate back with you what we're going to do with that next. I would say the task group from the community engagement group, you have some work. I'm hoping that you're willing to stay on together to kind of work together to do some refinements of your guide. But I also think if those of you who are not on that group, work group members, to go through the document, and if you have any feedback for them on the questions that they ask, level of detail, is this right? Is this not right? Is there anything missing that you think is really important as a guide for community engagement in regional planning? And then, you know, how well does this sort of resonate in terms of the important pieces that should be part of the guide to inform this? And there's some nuances that Oriana captured pretty well too, that we'll see if there's some refinements to the actual recommendations that come forward. So that's what's happening next with that piece. We have October 4th is our next scheduled meeting. It's all day over Zoom. We have a placeholder for October 20th that we've had you reserve. We committed that would be a half day version. I think we're gonna need it. So if folks have any particular strong inclinations toward us trying to make that a full day, please let us know and we'll pose that to the group. And then we have 2 more regularly scheduled all-day meetings, November 1st and 6th. We did want to leave last minute, but leave time for folks to flag or put on the table big substantive issues that you didn't feel like we had fully teed up for this agenda that were reflective of your comments from the last, if you haven't already spoken them. And if you could just let us and the group know that right now before we conclude, that would be helpful for us so we can kind of make sure those get onto the deliverable.
Robin, I flagged this earlier, which is why I was debating bringing it up or not, but I would like a more robust discussion of where this program should live. Its appropriate home, if the group wants to take that up or not.
Okay. Thanks, Mary Ann. All right, so I think with that, unless April, did you have anything burning? You had your hand up.
You actually hit on most of it. It's just as knowing that on the community engagement task, we were going to get tasked with doing more stuff. You spelled it out pretty clearly, but I would just emphasize those of you that aren't on that group, if you could go through the guide document and indicate anything that you feel is missing or anything that you think should be required versus being guidance, and then that'll give us something or that needs to be flushed out or explained. That would be helpful, at least for my perspective. Again, trying to help with the process, not necessarily represent a particular interest. Thank you.
Great, thank you, April. Okay. All right, well, appreciate everybody really leaning into the conversation today. If we didn't hear much from you today, I know that your voice is important and I know that everybody wants to hear from you. So I would just, again, encourage you to bring your perspective forward. If you've been kind of hanging back, this is the time to really, those of you that haven't really been speaking up to kind of share your perspectives and enrich this conversation even further. So appreciate you all, and I'll wish you a good rest of your day. Thanks for your time.